went to a restaurant I want to tell you about. I got a dish I'm dying to tell you. It's called Charge. Right back. I told you I got two chefs at the Streets of School. I got your boy from Steakhouse 57, the head chef.
Yeah.
I got this guy from Charlie. He told me, come on. It's a red bank. 30 minutes, I don't have babysitters. I went Good Friday, big fucking steak. It's a steakhouse. And I told him, and he goes, I get it. He goes, I'm gonna hook you up. This motherfucker gave me yellowfin tacos.
Right, because you're not supposed to eat meat
Fish.
on Friday.
I don't give nothing up for that, but I just don't eat meat, which is easy for me. I don't give a fuck. And I had the lobster dumplings. And then he sent over to my wife, who doesn't give a fuck about analysis. She orders it. But we ate so many appetizers. She's like, Joe, I can't eat this stuff. She ordered short rib with gnocchi with a garlic sauce. And the gnocchi just melted in your mouth. This tiny homemade gnocchi. I didn't eat it that night. I got high the next day. I saw it was in the refrigerator. And I tasted it. Joe Rogan. I had orgasms come out of every hole in my fucking body. I understand. So fucking
There's something about Jersey Italian food. It's on another level. It's very difficult to get stuff like that.
I can't wait for Sunday.
You go home.
No, I'm talking about tomorrow, but Sunday, I go to Easter Sunday. I go to Osteria, they got this fucking, they make Sunday sauce, $33. Dog, $33. A meatball this big. They give you a fucking pork rib that's in the sauce, a big stick, like a big pork rib. They give you a braciole and a big sausage for $33. I usually split it with my daughter. I can't eat that whole fucking thing. The meatballs get die for. It's the fucking die for. He gets pissed at me saying, you tell people about the meatball, nobody's gonna spend money on the big shit. They come in here for the Sunday sauce. It's fucking, who makes Sunday sauce, Joe?
Well, that was always
I don't have time. Yeah, I don't know how to make it, and the people, they make it, but this is no drug. You just go down there. Oh, I love all that shit. But like now, I just do it late now. I can't eat all that. Those days are gone. The meatball's so fucking good, though, Joe.
Yeah, there's not a lot. I haven't eaten too many Italian places out here, but I'm sure there's a bunch. How you been to Sammy's? I heard Sammy's is great. You ever been there? That's the spot that people keep talking about.
There's just some spot. There's a place for fucking Seacock, Rutherford. It's owned by Special. Beefus meatball, your heart will stop. It's that fucking good.
Yeah.
But El Nido got some good wild meatballs too.
Yeah.
Good ones.
Well, let's let that old immigrant style East Coast Jersey Italian food.
Well, different. They put everything in there. They have veal and fucking meatballs.
Especially the Sunday sauce. When you'd see the oils bubbling up on the surface of the pot, and the grandmother be stirring it with a wooden spoon. My grandmother did. Yeah, my grandmother was the big cook. It was the same. My grandmother could cook. She'd make homemade pasta. She'd have the kitchen table, flour out there, rolling everything, making it with a roller, cranking the sauce on the machine. Look at that. Good. How's a person supposed to eat well and healthy when that's available?
Oh, that's Osteria, right?
Yeah.
That's pretty fucking good, Joey. Something not fucking around.
No.
But you guys aren't either. I gotta give credit where credit is due. Those fucking tacos the other night.
And that's just from the truck on the street.
That's a truck on the street.
Yeah.
Well, guess what? I can't get that in Jersey. Mexican food is god awful.
Really?
I even told one of the waitresses we were talking, Mexican food's terrible. The fried greens looked like they were made from, powder, like powdered mashed potato. The kid goes, they got those. I knew they were fucking powdered refried greens.
They have powdered refried.
The Mexican food is horrible. I don't know where these Mexicans came from. They're not apocalypse. The fucking food is fucking terrible. That's the only thing I miss about LA. That and that fucking sushi.
Yeah.
It's the fucking alcohol plate with the garlic on top.
LA's got had good food, but goddamn, they killed so many restaurants.
I heard even the sushi place I was going to is dead. Sushi Dad is dead.
Yeah, a lot of money.
But proud of what you've done down here is fucking, I commend you, man. That's a great club. Like I told you, I was blown away the first night.
It's been pretty fun.
It's
and it's a year now. crazy as it seems. It's already over a year.
And everybody's come through here.
Yeah, everybody.
Everybody's come through here. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's been crazy. It's been awesome.
You did good, brother.
We're just getting started.
We're just getting started.
Yeah, it's been beautiful having you down here too.
Just to see what you're doing and to see the club. There's so much enthusiasm in that club.
Yeah.
You know, when you walk in, people are happy. Like I told you, I love to spectate. I'm a spectator, bro. I love to sit, smoke pot, and watch. No saying fucking. And when I watched the way the people were interacting with people coming in, it was beautiful. Like there's not a prick in here. You don't feel like, you know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah.
You feel special.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fucking cops, everybody's in there. So
Yeah.
it's great. It's a great thing, man. And it's family. You can feel it in the air.
Yeah.
And that's what's. There's no hang. There's a hang, but there's no hang. That hang is perfect, man.
Yeah.
It's perfect. And that green room. Dog, when I took my clothes off the first night, that clothes smelled so bad.
From all cigarettes?
Cigarettes, acid, speed, fucking. Got any of that?
No.
You like that?
No.
Yeah. You hear it from me?
I wouldn't do that to you.
What about what? We got no smell and salt. Just you didn't give me nothing. You didn't.
We always have smelling salt.
That fucking that Zen fucked me up.
Yeah.
12 milligrams. Holy shit.
6. But yeah, you took it right after we ate. You're like,
No, I was eating. That's when I swallowed the first one at the restaurant on top of the sushi. So that motherfucker. Then I gave me another one in my pocket because the Zins is when you take one, sometimes you take two.
right, just stick together. Yeah, don't swallow. That's my advice to you.
Well, I already swallowed like 6 of them, so it's too fucking late.
Well, no more. Let's swallow.
No, I won't swallow more. I gotta get some more of these things, bro.
All right. I'll get
I
some.
love you all.
I love you to death,
Thank you
man.
for having me
You're the
down.
best.
Family is family. Family is family.
Yeah.
And that's what these motherfuckers will never, ever understand.
The people that don't get it will not get that because they haven't experienced it. But we're lucky.
To cheer for each other.
Yeah.
To fucking, I'm so happy for Tony and the Garden. I'm so happy for Red Band,
It's amazing.
And that's what being a comic is about, is also fucking giving love to these people. You know what, you're doing good, man.
Yeah.
The girls, I love the girls. Sarah's down there this week.
Yeah.
She was happy to see me. I was happy to see, Kim's coming tonight. So, Eleanor.
Yeah. It's been great
Steve
having
Malone, fucking Ron White to see him.
Brad Simpson just released his Netflix special. Donnell was here. Yeah, it's been amazing. It's really amazing. It's a great town now.
I love
It's really
it.
popping. I love you,
like
brother.
a motherfucker.
I miss you too. But we'll
I'll
do this
come
more.
down here next month. Okay. I'll come down here in May. Then get
Yes.
too hot.
Okay. Don't worry about it. Take a couple
And
months
then
off.
by September, I think I can do my own residency, my own 45
Go.
minutes.
Let's go, Joey.
That's my plan.
Beautiful. All right.
Thank
Love
you.
you. Bye, everybody.
Love you guys.
Here we go. And boom. We're live. Graham, great to see you again.
Nice to be back with you, Joe.
And we were just talking about your new book, America Before That. There's 2 versions of it. There's one version, and then there's a newer version that's a Barnes & Noble version that's specific to Barnes & Noble that has an extra whole chapter in it.
That's correct. Yeah.
Yeah, and so they can get that at Barnes & Noble. I'm just trying to keep bookstores alive, man. They're on
I think it's really important, and that's one of the reasons that I did this because I finished the book, and then Barnes & Noble came to me through my publishers and said they would like to do a special edition of the book, but in order to do that, I needed to write them some extra material, and I had a lot of material that I hadn't put in the book, and I thought, well, this is an opportunity to put that out there.
Beautiful. So if people want that, it's a little bit different, and there's a small gold square.
Okay, so first of all, my website, grahamhancock.com, has a page about America Before, and the link to the Barnes & Noble edition is there, as well as the link to the standard edition, which is on Amazon and iTunes and all kinds of other places. So grahamhancock.com and the America Before page, the link to the Barnes & Noble edition is right there.
All right, there it is. So, how is this? Well, before we even get into the book, what is it?
Go to talks and events.
Okay, we're on the Graham Hancock website.
No, go to books. Go to books. Go to America Before.
Bam.
Bam. Go to United States. You can see Amazon, Barnes, and there's Barnes and Noble.
Special edition.
Special edition. Click on that.
There you go. And then the ebook as well.
The ebook is available. The audiobook, which I read myself, is available there. Then if you scroll down, oops, that shouldn't be there.
Damn pop-ups.
Damn
Sons of
pop-ups.
bitches. I am so happy you read it yourself. I get angry when someone else reads someone who I'm like, come on, he can talk.
Yeah, I enjoy reading my books myself, and what I've learned from feedback I get from audiences at presentations is people like me doing that.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
100%. It's just weird when someone else is talking in your voice. Like, hey man, I know you're not Graham.
you know that I write fiction as well as non-fiction.
Yeah.
The one thing I can't read is my fiction.
Really?
Well, yeah, because fiction requires accents. You really need an actor
Yes.
to read a fiction book who can get into the different characters. But for a non-fiction book like American Before, it's very straightforward for me just to read it myself.
I agree. I'm a tremendous Stephen King fan, but when I read Stephen King's books where he reads them or listen to them, when he reads them, they're terrible. He's awful at it.
I don't think a novelist should read their own novels. I think that's a job for an actor. Oddly enough, I've just been reading Stephen King's Dark Tower series. Very near the end of the 7th volume of that.
Yeah, I'm just a giant fan of his, but
Me
man,
too.
when he reads it like he's just reading.
Yeah.
It's like, oof, this is rough. It's hard to get behind. Anyway, America Before.
So
Give us
on the website, there's details about the book. There's a page where there are links to the book. And also the other thing I would like to take this opportunity to mention is I'm in America and Canada for the next 7 weeks. And I'm going to be doing something like 25 presentations in something like 20 American cities and then 3 Canadian cities in Vancouver, Montreal, and Toronto. And that's all on the talks and events page of my website.
Five, four, three, dos, uno, no. Come on, TriCaster. Live? All right. We're live, ladies and gentlemen. To my left, Tim Poole. Everybody knows and loves him. Vija, what is it? How do I pronounce your last name? Vija, not Vija, Vija. Vija. Got it. And your position at Twitter is?
I lead trust and safety, legal, and public policy.
That's a lot. And Jack Dorsey, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thank you everybody for doing this. Appreciate it. Thank you. Feels all of a sudden there's tension in the room. We're all loose. We're all loosey-goosey just a few minutes ago.
Tension.
And everyone's like, oh, this is really happening. Here we go. Before we get started, we should say, because there were some things that people wanted to have us talk about. One, that the Cash App is one of the sponsors of the podcast. It's been a sponsor for a long time, and also a giant supporter of my good friend Justin Wren's Fight for the Forgotten charity, building wells for the pygmies in the Congo. This is very important to me, and I'm very happy that you guys are a part of that, and you are connected to that. I don't. It's easy for someone to say that doesn't have an influence on the way we discuss things, but it doesn't. So if it does, I don't know what to tell you.
I'm going to mention too, just because I don't want people to come out and freak out later. I actually have like 80 shares in Square, which isn't really that much, but
it's something.
It is. So I don't want people to think, whatever. You're the CEO of Square, I think, right?
Yep.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go. We have the Cash App too. And the reason why we decided to come together is we had, I thought, a great conversation last time, but there's a lot of people that were upset that there were some issues that we didn't discuss in depth enough, or they felt that I didn't press you enough. I talked to Tim because, Tim and I have talked before, and he made a video about it, and I felt like his criticism was very valid. So we got on the phone and we talked about it, and I knew immediately within the first few minutes of the conversation that he was far more educated about this than I was. So I said, would you be willing to do a podcast and perhaps do a podcast with Jack? And he said, absolutely. So we did a podcast together. It was really well received. People felt like we covered a lot of the issues that they felt like I didn't bring up. And so then Jack and I discussed it. And we said, well, let's bring Tim on and then have Vidya on as well. Is that right?
Yep.
It's a hard one. Sorry, I'll get it right. I promise. So we're here. Today, do you know who Sean Baker is? He's a doctor who's a prominent proponent of the carnivore diet. His post was his account was frozen today. I just sent it to you, Jamie. Yeah, his account was frozen today because of an image that he had, because he's a proponent of the carnivore diet. There's a lot of people that believe that this elimination diet is very healthy for you, and it's known to cure a lot of autoimmune issues with certain people, but some people ideologically oppose it because they think it's bad for the environment or you shouldn't eat meat or whatever the reasons are.
This is huge in the Bitcoin community.
Yes, yeah. Well, it's for a lot of people that have autoimmune issues, particularly psoriasis and arthritis, it is a lifesaver. It's crazy. It's essentially, it's an autoimmune issue. So because he has a photo of a lion in a header eating looks like a wildebeest or something like that, his account was locked for violating his rules against graphic violence or adult content in profile images. That seems a little silly, and I wanted to just mention that right away. Now, whose decision is something like that? Like, who decides to lock a guy's account out because it has a nature image of, natural predatory behavior?
In this particular case, it's probably an algorithm that detected it and made some sort of an assessment. But as a general rule, how we operate as a company is we rely on people to report information to us. So if you look at any tweet, you can kind of pull down on the caret on the right and you can say report the tweet, and then you have a bunch of categories you can choose from what you want to report. I think this one in particular, though, is probably an algorithm.
You're stupid bitch, nigger, I hate faggot niggers, blood stinking nigger, or a moment.
Or to
Rob, fucking kill yourself, you midget, trick, faggot nigger, stinky bitch, go out, women, I hate women, blood pussy makes SpongeBob's penis go boing.
Make sure that
You're stupid bitch, nigger, I hate faggot niggers, blood stinking.
A fucking dirty nigger, and you need to kill yourself now. I am Goku, so much better than you nigger monkeys. If your stupid nigger ass doesn't back away from me, I will have to use my amazing power. A fucking dirty nigger, and you need to
be depicting animals or something like that, but this seems not the intention of the rule.
Does this one of the reasons why I wanted to bring this up immediately? Does this highlight a flaw in the system in that people can target an individual? Because with him, like I said, he's a doctor and a proponent of this carnivore diet, but he's also ruthless in his condemnation and mocking of vegans. He does it all the time. And so then they get upset at him, and they can target posts and just report them en masse. And when they do that, then this becomes an issue.
I think this does reveal part of, the challenges that we face as a global platform at scale. In this, I don't know what happened in this case, so it's hard for me to talk about it. But what I would say is that it doesn't really matter if one person reports it or 10,000 people report it. Like, we're going to review the reports and we're going to make an assessment. And we're never going to, kick someone off the platform finally and forever without a person taking a look and making sure that it's an actual violation of the rules.
Right. Okay. So,
but the mob reporting behavior does happen.
Yeah, it does.
It happens across the spectrum.
I'd have to assume it's going to be one direction. I can't imagine he would target vegans, but vegans would target him, right?
Well, he might. I mean, he doesn't.
But is he the kind of guy who's going to want to report to vegans and get them banned from Twitter? Or is he going to want to make fun of them?
He's going to make fun of them.
Yeah. They're going to target him to try and get him removed by exploiting the system that you guys have.
It may not be him, though. It could also be his followers. It's a really complicated world out there, so you don't. The motivations of why people mob report are different, and it's not always under someone's control.
It could even be other carnivore diet proponents who are just jerks that don't like him because he's getting all the love. People are weird.
Yeah,
but it's just the idea, though, is that it does kind of highlight a bit of a flaw in that it's good that someone can, like, you might see something awful, someone doxing someone or something like that, and then you can take that and report it, and then people can see it and get rid of it and minimize the damage that's done.
There's another big problem here, in that, is the carnivore diet legitimately healthy? Is it a threat to your health? And if it is what is Twitter's responsibility in controlling that information, right? So just to clarify, my opinion is, if he wants to be a proponent for the carnivore diet, let him. But you've got people on YouTube who are being deranked for certain beliefs about certain health issues that I don't agree with. And so one of the risks then is, we're coming towards a position where people think some ideas are better than others. Therefore, as a company, we're going to restrict access to certain information.
You mean like anti-vax?
Exactly.
People,
Right.
Yeah.
So I guess I'm trying to say is, at what point would you guys restrict someone from sharing false information about vaccines that could get someone hurt?
That is not a violation of Twitter's rules. No.
I think, I'd be interested to hear your ideas around this, but our perspective right now is around this concept of variety perspective. Like, are we encouraging more echo chambers and filter bubbles, or are we at least showing people other information that might be counter to what they see? And there's a bunch of research that would suggest that further emboldens their views. There's also research that would suggest that it at least gives them a consideration about what they currently believe. So
you guys,
sorry, given the dynamics of our network being completely public, we're not organized around communities, we're not organized around topics. We have a little bit more freedom to show more of the spectrum of any one particular issue. And I think that's how we would approach it from the start. That said, we haven't really dealt much with misinformation more broadly across these sorts of topics. We've focused our efforts on elections and mainly election training.
YouTube is a different animal.
It is.
Someone can really convince you that the Earth is flat if you're gullible and you watch a 45-minute YouTube video.
Right.
It's kind of a different thing.
But I wanted to just kind of get into that statement you made about misinformation and whether or not you'll police it. So
I think that the tough part of this is really, and love to have a discussion about this, is do you really want corporations to police what's true and not true?
Absolutely not.
That's a really, really tough position.
But you guys do that.
We try not to do that. We don't want to do that.
But you do in your rules.
But the places that we focus on is where we think that people are going to be harmed by this in a direct and tangible way that we feel a responsibility to correct.
When you
Not
say
correct ourselves.
in your rules, Tim, what do you mean by that?
Dead naming and misgendering.
Dead naming and misgendering.
Yeah. That's a specific ideology that's unique to a very small faction of people in this world that you guys actually ban people for.
So the way I think of it is it's behavior based. And I know you think of it as content, and we can disagree on this point. But this is about, why are you doing this to a trans person? Why are you calling them by this name when they've chosen to go by a different name? Or why are you outing them in some way? What is your intent and purpose behind that?
I don't mean to interrupt, but in the interest of clarity, I wanted to just explain what dead naming means.
Right.
So, a
transgender individual changes their name when they transition. The dead name would be their birth name or the name they went by before the transition. So,
my mom's probably going, what?
And
ready for the text. What's a dead name?
And I will clarify too, your rules specifically say targeted misgendering and dead naming, I believe is correct, right?
So years ago, we passed a policy that we call our hateful conduct policy, and that prohibits targeting or attacking someone based on their belonging in any number of groups, whether it's because of their religion or their race or their gender, their sexual orientation, their gender identity. So it was something that's broad-based, is that you can't choose to attack people because of these characteristics.
But you do have limits on what characteristics you police, right? So you're not banning people for targeted trans-speciesing others, right?
Well, we have also general abuse and harassment rules, right? Which says you can't engage in abuse and harassment on the platform.
But you can't dead name someone, but you can call them stupid.
Generally, if you created an account that only was there to call the same person stupid 5,000 times, we'd probably view that as the
targeted harassment.
Right.
So it's a function of behavior, because people with our system can do this in massive velocity.
Mm-hmm.
So let's ultimately silence you from the platform, or just say I give up. I don't want to deal with this thing. I'm out.
Mm-hmm. Well, so we can just get into all of the big examples. Starting with me.
I'd love to, Tim, but can we just take a step back and try to level set what we're trying to do with our policies?
Sure.
Because I think it's worth doing.
Yes.
So as a high level, I personally, and this is my job to run the policy team, I believe that everyone has a voice and should be able to use it. And I want them to be able to use it online. Now, where we draw a line is when people use their voice and use their platform to abuse and harass other people to silence them. Because I think that that's what we've seen over the years is a number of people who have been silenced online because of the abuse and harassment they've received, and they either stop talking or they leave the platform in its entirety. If you look at free expression and free speech laws around the world, they're not absolute. They're not absolute. There's always limitations on what you can say, and it's when you're starting to endanger other people.
So my question then is, when I was physically threatened on Twitter, you guys refused to take down the tweet. And I showed up in Berkeley and someone physically threatened me because they were encouraged to. When I was in Venezuela, I was physically threatened by a high-profile individual, 10,000 people tweeting at me, you guys do nothing, right? So I guess there's the obvious question of why does it always feel like your policies are going one direction politically? You say it's about behavior. You said it several times already. But I've got tons of examples of that not being the case.
And you will always be able to find those examples.
Yeah, examples where you guys were alerted multiple times and did nothing. Like when Antifa doxed a bunch of law enforcement agents, some of the tweets are removed, but since September, this tweet is still live with a list of private phone numbers, addresses, yet Kathy Griffin, she's fine. The guy who threatened the lives of these kids in Covington and said, lock them in school and burn it down, you did nothing. I mean, he got suspended to take his tweets down. Was he banned for threatening the lives of kids? Absolutely not.
So again, we have, and I'm happy to talk about all these details. We have our policies that are meant to protect people, and they're meant to enable free expression as long as you're not trying to silence somebody else. Now, we take a variety of different enforcement mechanisms around that. Sometimes you get warned, sometimes your tweet is forced to be deleted. It's a very rare occasion where we will outright suspend someone without any sort of warning or any sort of ability to understand what happened.
What did you guys do with Kathy Griffin when she was saying she wanted the names of those young kids wearing the MAGA hats at the Covington High School kids?
Yeah, that's a great example, Joe. So in that particular case, our doxing policy really focuses on posting private information, which we don't consider names to be private. We consider your home address, your home phone number, your mobile phone number, those types of things to be private. So in that particular case, we took what I think now is probably a very literal interpretation of our policy, and so that was not a doxing incident.
Do you think that was an error?
I think that it was short-sighted, and given the context of what was going on there, that if I was doing this all over again, I would probably ask my team to look at that through the lens of what was the purpose behind that tweet. And if the purpose was in fact to identify these kids to either dox them or abuse and harass them, which probably was, then we should be taking a more expansive view of that policy and including that type of content.
Especially considering the fact they're minors. I mean,
Exactly.
I would think that right away that would be the approach. So this is a trial and error, sort of learn and move on with new information sort of a deal.
Absolutely. We're going to learn. We're going to make a ton of mistakes. We're trying to do this with hundreds of millions of accounts all around the world, numerous languages. We're going to make mistakes. Even if we get better, there will always be mistakes. But we're hoping to learn from those and to make ourselves better and to catch cases like Tim's or others where we clearly may have made an error. And I'm open to having those discussions. I'm sorry, Tim, familiar with your specific cases, but I'd love to follow up with you and really try to understand.
Do you want to see the tweet?
We definitely pull it up.
So it's bit.ly/Antifa tweet, all lowercase.
This is also an evolution in prioritization as well. One of the things we've come to recently is we do need to prioritize these efforts, both in terms of policy, enforcement, how we're thinking about evolving them. One of the things that we want to focus on as number one is physical safety. And this leads you immediately to something like doxing. And right now, the only way we take action on a doxing case is if it's reported or not. What we want to move to is to be able to recognize those in real time, at least in the English language, recognize those in real time through our machine learning algorithms, and take the action before it has to be reported. So we're focused purely right now on going after doxing cases with our algorithms so that we can be proactive. That also requires a much more rigorous appeals process to correct us when we're wrong. But we think it's tightly scoped enough. It impacts the most important thing, which is someone's physical safety. Once we learn from that, we can really look at the biggest issue with our system right now is all the burden is placed upon the victim. So we only act based on reports. We don't have a lot of enforcement, especially with more of the takedowns that are.
And does review it eventually, or are there a series of reports that you never get to?
There's probably reports we don't. I mean, we prioritize the queue based on severity, and the thing that will mark severity is something like physical safety or private information or whatnot. So generally, we try to get through everything, but we have to prioritize that queue even coming in.
So if someone threatened the lives of someone else, would you ban that account? Would you tell them like let's say someone tweeted 3 times, kill these people, I want them dead, 3 times? Is that
Yes, that's a violation.
you didn't
of
ban him
rules.
though?
And I don't know
Let's
why
pull
that
that
is.
up, Jamie.
That's I don't necessarily want to give out specific usernames because then people just point the finger at me and say I'm getting these people banned. But during Covington, this guy said multiple times he wanted his followers to go and kill these kids.
Yeah, and we have to look at that, but we also have to look in the context because we also have. I think we talked about this a little bit in the last podcast, but we have gamers on the platform who are saying exactly that to their friends that they're going to meet at the game tonight. And without the context of that relationship, without the context of the conversation that we're having, we would take the exact same action on them incorrectly.
Yeah, absolutely. That I understand. I think in the case of Covington, though, this user was so high profile. He's a verified user. He's got something like 20,000 followers. And it was highlighted by numerous conservative media outlets saying, wow, it's screenshotted, it's being shared. I mean, you had a Disney producer saying a picture of a wood chipper with a body being thrown in it, saying that's what he wanted to happen. So I do know that some of these accounts got locked.
Disney producer was doing that?
I'll clarify, fact check me on that, but that's basically the conversation that was had. The guy at Disney he posted a picture from Fargo of someone being tossed in a wood chipper, and he says, I want all these mob kids, done like this. You had another guy who specifically said, lock them in the school, burn it down, said a bunch of disparaging things, and then said, if you see them, fire on them. And he tweeted that more than once.
And those tweets were taken down. Those were violations of our rules.
I'm pretty sure it's actually illegal to do that, right? It's to tell any individual to commit a felony is a crime, right?
Well, incitement of violence is certainly
So
a crime in many places.
I just have to wonder how I understand the context issue, but this is what I talk.
Well, there's context and scale too, though. Right?
But Tim, those accounts were actioned. They may not have been actioned the way you wanted to, but the tweets were forced to be deleted, and the account is. I took a penalty for that. So
I understand that.
What kind of a penalty?
Well, again, as I said earlier, Joe, we don't usually automatically suspend accounts with one violation because we want people to learn. We want people to understand what they did wrong and give them an opportunity not to do it again.
Right.
And it's a big thing to kick someone off the platform, and I take that very, very seriously.
So
I want to make sure that when someone violates our rules, they understand what happened and they're given an opportunity to get back on the platform and change their behavior. And so in many of these cases, what happens is we will force someone to acknowledge that their tweet violated our rules, force them to delete that tweet before they can get back on the platform. And in many cases, if they do it again, we give them a timeout, which is like 7 days. And we say, look, you've done it again. It's a temporary suspension. If you do it again.
Timeout, you're a mom.
I'm totally a mom, exactly. And
Your mom too.
and if you do it again, then you're done.
Right.
So it's kind of like, 3 strikes. So it's sort of like baseball. And so in some of these cases that Tim's referencing, I have to imagine, because these tweets were deleted, they are violations of our rules. People are upset that the account came back again and was allowed to say other things, but we did take action on those tweets. They were violations of our rules.
And then you have people like Milo, who was mean to a person, and you banned him permanently.
There's a little more to that.
Actually, Tim, let's talk about it.
Yeah.
I'm happy to talk about Milo, and I actually brought the tweets because.
Well, so let's preface that by saying the point I want to make sure is clear is that you had somebody who actively called for the death of people. I understand the context issue. Maybe he's talking about video games.
Context and scale.
And scale. So this is a verified user.
And that's just the complexity in acting. It's not an excuse for why we didn't do it in particular.
Right.
And then
there are a lot of other examples too that get into more egregious areas that I've prepared. So here we have someone with over 20,000 followers. He's verified numerous times, incites his followers to commit a crime against these kids. The action taken against him is delete the tweets, you get a suspension, you get a timeout. Then you have people like Alex Jones who berated a CNN reporter, permanently banned. You get Milo Yiannopoulos, he was mean, permanently banned.
But that's your impression. That's not what happened.
Okay,
and I'm here to talk about the details if you want to.
Let's do this one at a time. Yeah. Let's start with Milo. So
Absolutely.
what was the details with Milo?
So Milo had a number of tweets that violated our rules going back to 2014. But I'm going to talk about the final 3 in this 3 strikes concept. He claimed to be a BuzzFeed reporter in his bio, and he's a verified account, so that is an impersonation. I'm not sure why he did that. he did do that.
Well, BuzzFeed's a left-wing thing, so he was doing parody.
Potentially, but our parody rules are very specific that if you have an account that's is a parody account, you need to say that it is a parody account. So you
Right,
don't
but
confuse people.
everybody who knows Milo would know that he's not a BuzzFeed reporter.
But people who don't know Milo will
Okay,
look at that
fair
verified
enough.
account
Right, I
and
see what you're
say,
saying. But he wasn't verified after a while. You removed his
because
verification.
he violated our rules around
So-
verification.
So the verification was removed because of the BuzzFeed thing?
I believe so. I can confirm that, but I
Okay.
believe so. He also doxed someone. He posted private information about an individual. So that was the second one.
Mm-hmm.
He tweeted to somebody else, if you were my child, I'd have dashed your head on a rock and tried again, which we viewed as a threat.
Really?
That's,
That
I'm
seems
telling
like
you,
he's saying like your mom should have swallowed you. You know, it's like, you know what I'm saying? It's like you're a mistake.
Oh,
That's
totally.
That's a threat.
I understand why reasonable people would have different impressions of
Okay.
this. I'm just going through and telling you what they are, just so we
Okay.
can have all the facts on the table
Right,
and then
I
we
get
can debate them. And then the last one, we found a bunch of things that he posted that we viewed as incitement of abuse against Leslie Jones. So there's a bunch of them, but the one that I like to look at, which really convinced me, is he posted 2 doctored tweets that were supposedly by Leslie Jones. They were fake tweets. The first one said, white people are getting on my nerves, like how can you call yourself human? And then the second one said, the goddamn slur for a Jewish person at Sony ain't paid me yet, damn Vix nude better pay up.
So this was just a fake tweet that someone had photoshopped.
There were two
fake
fake tweets, and we know they were faked because we could still tell from the software that they were faked.
Is
You
it
can't always tell.
so? It is possible that he didn't know they were faked.
It's
That
possible.
someone sent it to him and he didn't do his due diligence and looking it up, and
It is possible, but it was pointed out to him that they were fake because,
he left it on.
and not only did he leave it on, he said, "Don't tell me some mischievous internet rascal made them up!" Exclamation point. So this, in the context of a bunch of other things he was saying towards Leslie Jones on Twitter, I and my team felt that this was taken as a whole incitement of harassment against her.
Wasn't there another issue with multiple accounts that were connected to him?
There were a bunch of other issues on the background, but these are the 3 primary things that we looked at in terms
But
of.
the other things that were in the background, weren't they multiple accounts that were connected to him? Like,
I think that I'm not sure about that, Joe. I think that it was more that we found him to be engaging in coordinated behavior and inciting people to attack Leslie Jones.
now with a case with like him, no, I'm just gonna be honest. When I'm listening to those or listening to you read those tweets out, they don't sound that bad, and they certainly don't sound as bad as calling for the death of a child who's wearing a MAGA hat, throw him into a wood chipper. The fact that that guy's still out there tweeting, and yet Milo's not. Milo's the whole thing stemmed from, other than the BuzzFeed thing, stemmed from his legitimate criticism of a film. And he's a satirist. He was mocking this film.
The doxing incident wasn't
The
related to him.
doxing.
Yeah.
Well,
Right.
why don't we
And
Leslie
I
Jones
hope we
stuff.
all agree that doxing is something
Yeah.
that Twitter should take action on.
100%.
And it can
Yes.
threaten people in real life. And I take an enormous amount of responsibility for that because I fear daily for the things that are happening on a platform that are translating into the real world.
So
Thank you.
Milo is a contentious figure, and there's certainly things you can pull up that I wouldn't agree with anything he did there. I think those are horrible. I think Joe brought up some really good points, but what about Chuck Johnson? Why was Chuck Johnson banned?
I don't have those details in front of me.
Chuck Johnson said that he was preparing something to take out DeRay McKesson, and in a journalistic context, people take this to mean he was going to do a dossier or some kind of hit piece on DeRay. He was permanently banned. And my understanding, and it's been a long time since I've read this, there was some leaked emails, I think, from Dick Costolo, where he said, maybe it wasn't Dick, I don't want to drag Dick, I don't know who it was exactly, they said, I don't care, just get rid of him. And he was off. So you have, and again, maybe there's some hidden context there, I don't know. But on the surface,
The
we have,
concern is that this is always leaning towards the left.
oh, it absolutely is, and I'm not even getting started.
I can understand why you feel that way. I don't think that's true. I think we look at each individual instance of violations of our rules and try to make the best case that we can.
Right,
And
just
I'm not trying, and I do think, Joe, just to say, I do think we've failed in a couple of ways, and I want to admit that.
Okay.
Number one, we haven't done enough education about what our rules are. Because a lot of people violate our rules and they don't even know it. Like some of the statistics that we've looked at, like for a lot of first-time users of the platform, if they violate the rule once, almost 2/3 of them never violate the rules again. So we're not talking about like a bunch of people accidentally. Like if they know what the rules are, most people can avoid it.
And most people, when they feel the sting of a violation, they go, okay, I don't want to lose my rights to post.
Exactly, and they're able to do it. So we have a
Okay.
lot of work to do on education, so people really understand what the rules are in the first place. The other thing we have to do to address these allegations that we're doing this from a biased perspective is to be really clear about what types of behavior are caught by our rules and what types are not, and to be transparent within the product. So when a particular tweet is found to be in violation of our rules, being very, very clear, like this tweet was found to be in violation of this particular rule. And that's all work that we're doing. So we think the combination of education and transparency is really important, particularly for an open platform like Twitter. It's just part of who we are, and we have to build it into the product.
I appreciate that. Your particular thoughts, though, on those examples that he described, when you're talking about someone saying he should throw these children into a wood chipper versus Chuck Johnson saying he should take this guy, he wants to prepare a dossier to take this guy out, or how do you say it?
He said something like, I'm going to take out DeRay McKesson he said, I'm preparing to take out DeRay, something like that. I can't.
Preparing to take him out.
I can understand.
So it could be misconstrued as he was trying to assassinate him.
Right.
You could misconstrue it that.
But not a direct threat.
But the other one's a direct threat. One guy is banned for life. The other
But
guy
again,
is still posted.
And we can, I'm happy to follow up. I just don't have all the Chuck Johnson. It's not about one thing, as I
Right.
said. It's about a pattern and practice of violating the
Mhm.
rules. And we don't want to kick someone off for one thing. But if there's a pattern in practice, like there was for Milo, we are going to have to take action at some point because we can't sit back and let people be abused and harassed and silenced on the platform.
Well, so one really important thing that needs to be stated is that Twitter, by definition, is a biased platform in favor of the left, period. It's not a question. I understand you might have your own interpretation, but it's very simple. Conservatives do not agree with you on the definition of misgendering. If you have a rule in place that specifically adheres to the left ideology, you, by default, are enforcing rules from a biased perspective.
Well, Tim, there are a lot of people on the left who don't agree with how we're doing our job either.
For sure.
And those people think that we don't take enough action on abuse and
Absolutely.
harassment, and we let far too much behavior go. And I think
But
that
that's
Twitter,
a radical example, though. I mean, what he's talking about, I mean, in terms of generalities, that in general, things lean far more left. Would you agree to that?
I don't know what that means.
But in this particular case, it's how the speech is being used. This is a new vector of attack that people have felt that I don't want to be on this platform anymore because I'm being harassed and abused and I need to get the hell out.
Well, people harass and abuse me all day and I don't do anything about that. My notifications permanently locked at 99. You have it worse than I do. I mean, you got substantially more followers. And I don't click the notification tab anymore because it's basically just harassment. And so this is a really funny anecdote. I was covering a story in Berkeley and someone said, if you see him, attack him. Like it was, I'm paraphrasing. They said, basically to swing at me, take my stuff, steal from me. And Twitter told me after review it was not a violation of their policy. Somebody made an allusion to me being homosexual, and I reported that, instantly gone. So when so for me, I'm like, well, of course Twitter is going to enforce the social justice aspect of their policy immediately. In my opinion, probably because you guys have PR constraints and you're probably nervous about that. But when someone actually threatens me with a crime and incites their followers to do it, nothing got done. And I'm not the only one who feels that.
Well, Tim, that's a mistake. If someone acts in that manner and threatens to hurt you, that's a violation of our rules.
Right.
Maybe there was a mistake there, and I'm happy to go and correct that, and we can do it offline so we don't fear any sort of reprisal against you. But that's a mistake. That's not an agenda on my part or on the team's part.
Would this be
We
a
don't
manual?
have any PR constraints. That is not.
So why did you ban Alex Jones?
You can do that.
You want to get into that?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Are you ready for Alex
Sure.
Jones? All right.
Oh, I've been ready for Alex
Which one is
Jones.
Well, let me say this. The reason I bring him up is that Oliver Darcy, one of the lead reporters covering Alex Jones and his content, said on CNN that it was only after media pressure did these social networks take action. So that's why I bring him up specifically, because it sort of implies you were under PR constraints to get rid of him.
I think if you look at the PR that Twitter went through in that incident, it wouldn't be that we looked good at it.
You have to.
And that's not at all why we took action on it.
Sorry, but you have to look at the full context of the spectrum, because one of the things that happened over a weekend is what Alex mentioned on your podcast with him. He was removed from the iTunes podcast directory. that was the linchpin for him, because it drove all the traffic to, like you said, basically zero. Immediately after that, we saw our peer companies, Facebook, Spotify, YouTube, also take action. We did not. We did not, because when we looked at our service, we looked at the reports on our service, we did not find anything in violation of our rules. Then we got into a situation where suddenly a bunch of people were reporting content on our platform, including CNN, who wrote an article about all the things that might violate our rules that we looked into. And we gave him one of the warnings, and then we can get into the actual details. But yeah, we did not follow. We resisted just being like a domino with our peers, because it wasn't consistent with our rules and the contract we put in before our customers.
So what was it that made you ban them?
So there were 3 separate incidents that came to our attention after the fact that were reported to us by different users. There was a video that was uploaded that showed a child being violently thrown to the ground and crying. So that was the first one. The second one was a video that we viewed as incitement of violence. I can read it to you. It's a little bit of a transcript, but now it's time to act on the enemy before they do a false flag. I know the Justice Department's crippled a bunch of followers and cowards, but there's groups, there's grand juries, there's you called for it. It's time politically, economically, and judiciously, and legally, and criminally to move against these people. It's got to be done now. Get together the people you know aren't traitors, aren't cowards, aren't helping their frickin' bets, hedging their frickin' bets like all these other assholes do, and let's go, let's do it. So people need to have their, and then there's a bunch of other stuff, but at the end, so people need to have their battle rifles ready and everything ready at their bedsides. And you've got to be ready because the media is so disciplined in their deception.
So this is, you're saying that this is a call to violence against the media.
That's what it sounded like to us at the time. And there have been a number of incidents of violence against the media. And again, I take my responsibility for what happens on a platform and how that translates off platform very seriously. And that felt like it was an incitement to violence.
So if he only tweeted the incitement to violence, he would have been fine.
If he only
tweeted that posted that transcript saying get your battle rifles ready, you wouldn't have deleted his account.
Again, context matters to him. It's not about one thing. So we'd have to look at the entire context of what's going on.
So I'm asking, was that egregious enough for you to say that alone?
That was just number 2.
Right. So then I guess the question is, what was the video context of the kid being thrown to the ground? Was it newsworthy?
We obviously didn't think so, and depicting violence against a child is not something that we would allow on the platform.
Even if it's news content?
If it was, there are certain types of situations where if you were reporting on, war zone and things that might be happening, we would put an interstitial on that type of content that's graphic or violent, but we didn't feel that was the context here.
Well, so there's a video that's been going around, that was going around 4 or 5 weeks ago. The one where the girls were yelling at that big giant guy and the guy punched that girl in the face and she was like 11 years old. I saw that multiple times on Twitter. That was one of the most violent things I've ever seen. This giant man punched this 11-year-old girl in the face. And that was that removed from Twitter?
I don't know. I would have to go see if anyone reported it to us.
Mm-hmm. I think one of the issues here is do you
want me to get to the third one?
Yeah, sorry.
So the third strike that we looked at was a verbal altercation that Alex got into with a journalist, and in that altercation which was uploaded to Twitter, there were a number of statements using eyes of the rat, even more evil-looking person, he is just scum, you're a virus to America and freedom, smelling like a possum that climbed out of the rear end of a dead cow. You look like a possum that got caught doing some really, really nasty stuff, in my view. There was a bunch of
That's enough? Really? That's hilarious.
pattern and practice, but it was a verbal altercation that was posted on our platform. So we took the totality of this, having been warned that we have rules against the abuse and harassment of individuals. We saw this pattern in practice. 1 strike, 2 strike, 3 strikes, and we made a decision to permanently.
And so that last one was on Periscope, is that what it was that he broadcast through?
I think it was originally on Periscope, but it was also reposted from multiple related accounts onto Twitter.
So we can agree with you when you say these things, like, Alex said this sounds like a threat. He was berating this person, saying awful things. But ultimately, your judgment is the context. You say we have to pay attention to the context. We're just trusting that you made the right decision.
Well, I'm giving you as much facts as I can give you here, and I think that this is a real hard part of content moderation at scale on global platforms. It's not easy, and I don't think Jack or I would tell you that it's easy.
It's a preposterous volume you guys have to deal with. And
It's
that's
not-
one of the things that I wanted to get into with Jack when I first had him on, because when my thought, and I wasn't as concerned about the censorship as many people were. My main concern was, what is it like to start this thing that's kind of for fun, and then all of a sudden it becomes the premier platform for free speech on the planet Earth?
So
Which is
It is that, but it's also a platform that's used to abuse and harass a lot of people,
Mhm.
and used in ways that none of us want it to be used, but
Right.
nonetheless it happens.
so
And I think it's an enormously complicated challenge for any company to do content moderation at scale, and that's something that we are sitting down thinking about. How do we take this forward into
Right.
the future? Because this is,
It doesn't scale.
yeah,
So let's take the other context now. We've heard what you said, why what Alex Jones did was bad, and now we can look at it this way. Oliver Darcy, who has on numerous occasions insulted conservatives, recently on CNN called them gullible, being sold red meat by grifters, repeatedly covers a story. I'm going to do air quotes because I think to an extent he is allowed to cover these stories. He keeps going after Alex Jones. He keeps digging through his history. Then he goes on TV and says, we got him banned. Then Alex Jones confronts him in a very aggressive and mean way, and that's your justification for or I should say, I inverted the timeline. Basically, you have someone who's relentlessly digging through your stuff, insulting you, calling you names, sifting through your history, trying to find anything they can to get you terminated, going on TV, even writing numerous stories. You confront them and say, you're evil, and you say a bunch of really awful, mean things, and then you ban him, right?
and then you post that information all over the internet.
Right, but you have a journalist who recently went on TV and said CPAC is a bunch of gullible conservatives being fed red meat by grifters. You can tell this guy's not got an honest agenda. So what you have, to me, it looks like the conservatives, to an extent, probably will try and mass flag people on the left. But from an ideological standpoint, you have the actual, whatever people want to call it, sect of identitarian left that believe free speech is a problem, that have literally shown up in Berkeley burning free speech signs. And then you have conservatives who are tweeting mean things. And the conservatives are less likely, I think it's fair to point out, less likely to try and get someone else banned because they like playing off them. And the left is targeting them. So you end up having
I feel like
disproportionate...
there are a lot of assumptions in what you're saying, and I don't know what basis you're saying those things.
You have conservatives demanding free speech, and you have liberals, I shouldn't say liberals, you have what people refer to as the regressive left, calling for the restrictions on speech. You have these...
I don't know what those terms mean, to be honest with you. We have people on all sides of the spectrum who believe in free speech, and I believe that to be the case.
So your platform restricts speech.
Our platform promotes speech unless people violate our rules
And in a specific direction.
in any direction.
But Uncle, I don't want to say his name, the guy who calls for death gets a suspension, the guy who insinuates death gets a permanent ban.
But Tim, you're misinterpreting what I'm saying, and I feel like you're doing it deliberately. It's not about one particular thing. It's about a pattern and practice of violating
And
our
you have a
rules.
pattern and practice of banning only one faction of people.
I don't agree with
Roulette
that.
recently published an article where they looked at 22 high-profile bannings from 2015 and found only on one side of the cultural debate.
But I don't look at the political spectrum of people when I'm looking at their tweets.
Right, you have a
I don't know
bias.
who they are.
You're biased, and you're targeting specific individuals because your rules support this perspective.
No, I don't agree with that.
Well,
And I
so
don't
can you
think
be clear
that's
though
the case.
in like what rules support that perspective?
Specifically, the easiest one is misgendering, right? Because that's so clearly ideological. If you ask a conservative, what is misgendering? They'll say, if someone is biologically male and you call them, she, biologically male, you call them a she, that's misgendering. As a conservative view, the progressive view is inverted. So now you actually have in your policies a rule against the conservative perspective.
I have a rule against the abuse and harassment of trans people on our platform. That's what my rules
We
against.
just give context in the
Yeah,
background as to
and know
that
why
is.
that is. And I brought some research. So we obviously received a lot of feedback. So we don't make these rules in a vacuum, just to be clear. We have a bunch of people all around the world who give us context on the types of behavior they're seeing, how that translates into real world harm. And they give us feedback. And they tell us, you should consider different types of rules, different types of perspectives, different, for example, when we try to enforce hateful conduct in our hateful conduct policy in a particular country, we're not going to know all the slur words that are used to target people of a particular race or particular religion. So we're going to rely on building out a team of experts all around the world who are going to help us enforce our rules. So in the particular case of misgendering, I'm just trying to pull up some of the studies that we looked at, but we looked at the American Association of Pediatrics and looked at the number of transgender youths that were committing suicide. It's an astronomical, I'm sorry, I can't find it right now in front of me. It's a really, really high statistic that's like 10 times what the normal suicide rate is of normal teenagers. And we looked at the causes of what that was happening. And a lot of it was not just violence towards those individuals, but it was bullying behavior. And what were those bullying behaviors that were contributing to that? And that's why we made this rule, because we thought and we believe that those types of behaviors were happening on our platform, and we wanted to stop it. Now, there are exceptions to this rule. We don't, and this isn't about like public figures, and there's always gonna be public figures that you're gonna want to talk about, and that's fine. But this is about, are you doing something with the intention of abusing and harassing a trans person on the platform, and are they viewing it that way and reporting it to us so that we take action?
So I will just state, I actually agree with the rule. From my point of view, I agree that bullying and harassing trans people is entirely wrong. Disagree with it, but I just want to make sure it's clear to everybody who's listening. My point is simply that Ben Shapiro went on the talk show and absolutely refused, and that's his shtick, and he's one of the biggest podcasts in the world. So if you have all of his millions upon millions of followers who are looking at this rule saying this goes against my view of the world, and it's literally 60 plus million in this country, you do have a rule that's ideologically bent. And it's true. You did the research, you believe this. Well, then you have Ben Shapiro who did his research and doesn't believe it.
Yeah, and I relied on the American Association of Pediatrics and Human Rights Council and other.
And I'm sure he has his sources too for when he gives his statements. The point is,
but I just wonder if they have that context. And that's where we have also failed,
it's
as well as just explaining the why behind a lot of our policy and reasons.
I would agree, and I think it's fine. You did research and you found this to be true, but we can't simply say maybe Ben Shapiro and other conservatives who feel this way don't know. We can't. The point I'm trying to make is it's simply whether you believe it, but whether you justify it or not is not the point. The point is you do have this rule. That rule is at odds with conservatives. Period.
Well, I think that you're jumping back. It is really important, as Jack said, to the why behind these things. The why is to protect people from abuse and harassment on our platform.
I understand, but you essentially created a protected class if this is the case, because despite these studies and what these studies are showing, there's a gigantic suicide rate amongst trans people. Period. It's a 40%. It's outrageously large. Now, whether that is because of gender dysphoria, whether it is because of the complications from sexual surgery, sexual transition surgery, whether it's because of bullying, whether it's because of this awful feeling of being born in the wrong gender, all that is yet to be determined. The fact that they've shown that there's a large amount of trans people that are committing suicide, I don't necessarily think that makes sense in terms of people from someone's perspective, like a Ben Shapiro, saying that if you are biologically female, if born with a double X chromosome, you will never be XY. If he says that, that's a violation of your policy. And this is, you're creating a protected class.
I'm just watching Joe Rogan. I live in this Discord.
Okay, that's nice.
Is that the coolest thing you've ever heard in your entire life?
No.
Okay. Well, I want you to know if you ever need anything, I'm here and I'll help you.
Okay.
Cool. Have a good dude.
See you.
To be fair, targeted.
Yeah,
If it's targeted ads.
or targeting.
Yes, if he wants to express that opinion,
So
he
if
is
he
fully entitled to express that opinion. If he's doing it in a manner that's targeted at an individual repeatedly and saying that,
Okay, but what about
that's where the intent
you know what's going on with Martina Navratilova right now? Martina Navratilova. Why can't I say her last name? I don't think I've ever said it. Martina Navratilova. Is it Tolova or Trolova?
That doesn't sound
Anyway, epic, world-class, legend tennis player, right, who happens to be a lesbian, is being harassed because she says that she doesn't believe that trans women, meaning someone who is biologically male, who transitions to a female, should be able to compete in sports against biological females. This is something that I agree with. This is something that I have personally experienced a tremendous amount of harassment because I stood up when there was a woman who was a trans woman who was fighting biological females in mixed martial arts fights and destroying these women. And I was saying, well, you just watch this and tell me this doesn't look crazy to you.
Well, go ahead.
Well, my point is, you should be able to express yourself. If you say that you believe someone is biologically male, even though they identify as a female, that's a perspective that should be valid. I mean, this is first of all, it's biologically correct. So we have a problem in that if your standards and your policies are not biologically accurate, then you're dealing with an ideological policy. And just because, I mean, I don't want to target trans people. I don't want to harass them. I'll call anybody whatever they want. I mean, if you want to change your name to a woman's name and identify as a woman, I'm 100% cool with that. But by saying I don't think that you should be able to compete as a woman, this opens me up for harassment. And I never reported any of it. I just don't pay attention to it.
But in going into like Meghan Murphy, for instance, right? You can call that target harassment if Meghan Murphy, who is, for those that don't know, she's a radical feminist who refuses to use the transgender pronouns. If she's in an argument with a trans person over whether or not they should be allowed in sports or in biologically female spaces, and she refuses to use their pronoun because of her ideology, you'll ban them.
Again, it depends on the context on the platform, and it's also not banned permanently. Like, you get warnings.
Well, she was banned permanently, but let's be clear about what happened.
But she was warned
because you explained it to me. What did she actually do?
My understanding, and I don't have the tweet by tweet the way that I did for the others, but my understanding is that she was warned multiple times for misgendering an individual that she was in an argument with, and this individual is actually bringing a lawsuit against her in Canada as well. So it is.
So you have an argument between two people.
Again,
and you have a rule that enforces only one side of the ideology, and you've banned only one of those people.
We have a rule that attempts to address what we have perceived to be instances of abuse or harassment.
But she was saying it's an ideology.
Right, but it is an ideology, right? If she's saying a man is never a woman, if that's what she's saying, and then biologically she's correct, we obviously have a debate here.
Oh.
This is not a clear cut. This is not something like you would say water is wet, this is dry. This is not like something you could prove. This is something where you have to acknowledge that there's an understanding that if someone is a trans person, we all agree to consider them a woman and to think of them as a woman, to talk to them and address them with their preferred name and their preferred pronouns. But biologically, this is not accurate. So we have a divide here. We have a divide between the conservative and what's happening, and then the definition that's the liberal definition of it.
I think that's right, Joe. And I think what I'm trying to say is that it's not that you can't have those viewpoints. It's that if you're taking those viewpoints and you're targeting them at a specific person in a way that reflects your intent to abuse and harass them.
What if it's in the context of the conversation? What if she's saying that I don't think that trans women should be allowed in these female spaces to make decisions for women? And then this person's arguing and she says, a woman is biologically female. You are never going to be a woman.
She responded with, men aren't women, though, first in the series of events. That's what got her the suspension and the warning.
That was one of many tweets that was part of providing context, and that was actually the second strike is my understanding. But
why is that a strike?
Yeah, why is that a strike?
But again, like, it's the context of I don't have all the tweets in front of me. There were like 10 or 12 tweets going back and forth, and my understanding is that in the context of all of those, she was misgendering a particular person. Not that she was holding a belief or statement,
though, wasn't it?
I don't know.
It was. So you're having an individual who is debating a high profile individual in her community, and she's expressing her ideology versus hers, and you have opted to ban one of those ideologies.
It's within the context of this conversation. Yeah. This is what is being debated, whether or not someone is in fact a woman when they were born a male.
I understand that this is controversial. I do.
Especially to a radical feminist.
I understand why people would not agree with the rule. But that being said, it is a rule on our platform, and once you're warned about the rule, to repeatedly post the same content is also going to be a violation of our rules.
Right, but the rule, this seems like a good example of an ideologically based rule. If she's saying that a man is never a woman, though, that is not in that context harassment. That is a very specific opinion that she has that happens to be biologically accurate. Now, I don't agree with targeting harassment. on anybody. And I targeted harassment on trans people or straight people or whatever. I don't agree with it. I don't think you should do it. It's not something I want to do. But in this context, what she's saying is not just her expression, but it's accurate.
I think an important point is if I tweeted to you, Joe, you are not a hamster. That's clearly not a violation of the rules. However, there
So
are.
if I identify as a hamster.
Well, no, it wouldn't be clear because I know people who have specifically begun using insults of animals to avoid getting kicked off the platform for breaking the rules. Certain individuals who have been suspended now use certain small woodland creatures in place of slurs, so they're not really insulting you, and it's fine. But there are people who consider themselves trans species. Now, I'm not trying to belittle the trans community by no means. I'm just trying to point out that you have a specific rule for one set of people, and there are people who have general body dysphoria. You don't have rules on that. There are people who have actually amputated their own arms. You don't have rules on that. You have a very specific rule set. And more importantly, in the context of a targeted conversation, I can say a whole bunch of things that would never be considered a rule break, but that one is, which is ideologically driven.
Yeah, thank you for the feedback. I mean, we're again always learning and trying to understand different people's perspectives. And all I'll say is that our intent is not to police ideology. Our intent is to police behaviors that we view as abusive and harassment. And I hear your point of view, and it's something that I'll definitely discuss with my team.
And even in this case, it wasn't just going against this particular rule, but also things that were more evasive as well, including taking a screenshot of the original tweet, reposting it, which is against our terms of service.
Well, that sounds like
so it's more of the actions.
It sounded like a protest against your rule.
But
I understand you ban them for it.
But people can protest any of our rules. We can't like let them do that.
No,
I
agree.
any of them.
I'm not
I disagree.
I understand what you're saying, but I just want to make sure I point out she was clearly doing it as an effort to push back on what she viewed as an ideologically driven rule.
Well, the problem is this is a real debate in the LGBT community. This is a debate where there's a division, and there's a division between people that think that trans women are invading biological female spaces and making decisions that don't benefit these biological females, cisgender, whatever you want to call them. This is an actual debate, and it's a debate amongst progressive people, amongst left-wing people. I mean, it's a debate amongst liberals. This is, I would imagine the vast majority of people in the LGBT community are, in fact, on the left. And this is one example of that. So you have a protected class that's having an argument with a woman who feels like there's an ideological bent to this conversation that is not only not accurate, but not fair. And she feels like it's not fair for biological women. The same as Martina.
Well, I'll take this to its logical conclusion. I got sent a screenshot from somebody, and maybe it's fake. I think it was real. They were having an argument with someone on Twitter and responded with, dude, you don't know, blah, blah, blah. And they got a suspension and a lockout and had to delete the tweet because the individual using a cartoon avatar with the name apparently was Sam, reported it and said that I'm transgender and he's calling me dude, and the Twitter user actually got a suspension for it. So I can understand mistakes happen, but when you have a rule that's like that, there's colloquial terms that are like, man, come on, don't say that.
Dude is like we say it, like I asked you guys when you were going to take a photo in front of this thing. I said, guys, but I included you.
And I didn't. And I wasn't offended.
Thank you.
And I wouldn't have included you for it.
Thank you. Yeah, it's tricky, but in this case of Megan Murphy, that's her name, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense to me. That seems like she should be allowed to express herself. And this is not being, she's not being mean by saying a man is never a woman. This is a perspective that is scientifically accurate. That's part of the problem.
I just wanted to run to the more psychic.
It's a really important thing to
And
go over
what's,
all
I
the
don't even
nuances
know
of
what
this
the
particular subject, because I think that one in
I just went to my brother's. I just went to my brother's phone and like I don't even know what this is. Like what is this?
But
I think we should be compassionate.
We have a lot of protected classes: gender, race, nationality. Like these are the
I'm
protected
actually a
classes.
man that
When you say gender or race,
It
it's not.
protects all protected categories. So you can't attack someone for their belonging to a particular race or a particular religion.
Well, you can mock white people ad nauseum. It's not a problem. It doesn't get removed.
I'm not talking about mocking. I'm talking about abusing and harassing.
But I mean, if you mock a black person in the same way, it would be considered targeted racism.
again, it's about targeted harassment on the platform.
But well, I mean,
Okay, but what is targeted harassment? I mean, but when you're okay, like if you have, what is racism? Is racism only? I mean, there's this progressive perspective of racism that it's only possible if you're from a more powerful class. It's only punching down. That's the only racism. I don't think that makes any sense. I think racism is looking at someone that is from whatever race and deciding that they are in fact less worthy or less valuable, whatever it is. That takes place across the platform against white people. Now, I'm not saying white people need to be
I'm
protected.
sorry,
I know
my
it's easier
sister
being a white person
just
than a
went on.
fact.
No,
But
I'm
it's
yeah. My
hypocritical
sister just
to-
went
You're
on.
good. You're good. We heard her. You're fine.
You can make fun of white
No need to
people.
apologize, buddy.
If you decide to make
You're
fun of
good.
Asian folks or
It happens to the best of us.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
But making fun of white people isn't, and it doesn't get removed.
So, I just want like any random live. What's this live about?
We're watching the Joe Rogan Experience. It's a podcast.
That you guys started banning people officially under these policies around 2015, and all the tweets you
Explain that again, please.
And so you didn't enforce the old.
Yeah, so our
For
hateful
what?
policy, Joe, just to be clear, is across the board.
Just a
Meaning,
moment, buddy.
It doesn't just protect women, it protects men and women, it protects all races. It doesn't matter. And this is how the law is set.
We're watching a podcast.
Yeah.
It's called the Joe Rogan Experience.
Okay.
Take care, buddy.
In the United States, right? You can't discriminate against
So,
white men. You can't discriminate against.
How old are you guys? I just want to know, cause like
Old enough to be your
for
father.
safety. Oh, what? No, there needs to be a specific age.
I'm old.
How old?
Old enough to watch Joe Rogan.
Black men.
Are you older than
Those are the
18?
laws, right? Like that's the structure it is. It doesn't take into consideration.
So if
power
someone
dynamics.
says something
Yes?
about
Are
white
you older
people,
than 18?
mocks white people on Twitter, what do you do about that?
If it's targeted harassment
Targeted.
at a person,
So just
and-
white people in
Okay,
general.
I
If you
don't
say
know.
something about white people in general, it's not an issue.
well, I mean, we focus on targeted harassment.
Wait, sorry.
That is targeted against an individual who belongs to that class.
Okay.
Because if
Old
you
enough
try
to be my
police
dad,
the
so you
different
must
that people
be-
have about different
be-
races or religions,
be
then
pretty
that's
old
a very different story. So it's
if you're old enough
if you target that
to be my dad.
somebody who belongs to that class and that's reported to us, that is a violation of our rules. And so in the Sarah Gian case, we did see many tweets of that nature that were focused on people who were white or men, and our rules in this area came into effect in 2015, which was our hateful conduct policy. And a lot of those tweets were from a time period where those rules weren't in effect.
And in her defense, she was actually supposedly responding to people that have, you don't believe that?
Come on, over 3 years, and she's tweeting blanket
She holds
statements
a
about
grudge.
white. Yeah,
She holds a
sure,
grudge.
sure. But so I will say too. Obviously, I've done it.
Can I just finish on my one point? So in that case, there were tweets from before the rules went into effect, after the rules went into effect, and we did take action on tweets from after the rules went into
She's
effect.
also pretty young.
What's up, baby?
Kids in the background, they just pull
Yeah,
rats.
she's in her 20s.
Hello.
So we're talking about something that
Y'all
might
should
happen
buy me my
years
phone.
ago, right?
Right. It's
How old are
It's
you?
like 2011 to 13.
Yeah.
But I do want to point
You
this out.
sound like you're
Before
like
coming on, I've obviously I did a decent amount of research. I searched for slurs against white people, black people, Latinos, and I found copious, just tons and tons of them. Now, they don't go back. Most of what I found didn't go back too far because it does seem like you guys are doing your best, but there's a lot, and it targets white people, black people, Jewish people. It's everywhere. And I can understand that you got hundreds of millions. But let's try another subject.
Just to address that point, and I think Jack talked about this a little bit. Like this is where
Is there
right
any
now we have
pedophiles
systems
here?
that require people to report it to us, which is a huge burden. on
I'm
people.
scared.
Especially if you're happen to be a high
Okay, yeah.
victim, you would understand.
Bye.
You're not gonna sit there and report
that
everything.
guy,
You understand this is-
that-
like, it's not worth your time.
he's
You're not
like
going through the right tweet.
30 or older.
People tell us this all the time. So So this is where we have to start getting better at identifying what is happening and taking action on it without waiting.
But using an algorithm, though, do you not miss context? I mean, it seems to me that there's a lot of people that say things in humor, you know, that
slurs in particular communities, which is perfectly reasonable.
right.
So yes,
Can someone give me
there is
permission
a
to
zero
turn my
level
camera
specific
on?
context, and that's why we
Please,
want to go
Tina,
carefully into this. And
any of you guys can come?
first and foremost to
Come
docs,
on, give me.
which is at least first is our number one goal, protecting physical safety, making sure that nothing done offline will impact someone's physical safety on our platform. The second is that our patterns around doxing are much easier to see without having the context. There are exceptions, of course, because you could dox someone's public, a representative's public office phone number and email address, and the algorithm might catch that, not have the context that this is a U.S. representative, and this information is already.
So essentially, it highlights how insanely difficult it is to monitor all of these posts. And then what are we dealing with? Like, how many posts do you guys get a day?
Hundreds of millions of posts a day.
And how many human beings are manually reviewing any of these things?
I don't have that number. A lot.
A lot. Thousands, hundreds of thousands. How many employees you guys have?
We have 4,000 employees around the world.
That's it?
We have 4,000 employees. The reason
That's crazy though, but stop and think about that. 4,000 people that are monitoring hundreds of millions of tweets.
No. We have a small team who's monitoring tweets, and some of them are employed by us. Some of them are contractors throughout the world.
So 4,000 employees total.
4,000 employees who are engineers, who are designers,
Okay.
who are lawyers.
So the number of people actually monitoring tweets is probably less than 1,000?
Well, the reason we don't give out specific numbers is we need to scale these dynamically, right? If we see a particular event within a country, we might hire 100 more people on contract to deal with it.
Right.
Whereas they may not be full-time and with us the entire time.
Would they have the ability to take down tweets?
So as we get reports, it goes into a queue, and those are ranked by severity. And then we have people who look at our rules and look at the tweets and look at the behavior and the context around it. And they have the ability to go down that enforcement spectrum that Vijay talked about. One, make people log in, read why it's a violation of our tweet and delete it. Two, temporary suspensions. And finally, a permanent suspension, which is the absolute last resort, which we ultimately do not want to do. We want to make sure that our rules are also guided towards incentivizing more healthy conversation and more participation.
So let me ask you, the rules you have are not based in U.S. law, right? U.S. law doesn't recognize restrictions on hate speech. It's considered free speech. So if you want to stand on a street corner and yell the craziest things in the world, you're allowed to. On your platform, Twitter, you're not allowed to. So even in that sense alone, your rules do have an ideology behind them. I don't completely disagree. I think, I don't want harassment. But the reason I bring this up is getting into discussion about democratic health of a nation. So I think it can't be disputed at this point that Twitter is extremely powerful in influencing elections. I'm pretty sure you guys published recently a bunch of tweets from foreign actors that were trying to meddle in elections. So even you as a company recognize that foreign entities are trying to manipulate people using this platform. So there's a few things I want to ask beyond this, but wouldn't it be important then to just, at a certain point, Twitter becomes so powerful in influencing elections and giving access to even the president's tweets, that you should allow people to use the platform based under the norms of U.S. law? First Amendment, free speech, right to expression on the platform. This is becoming too much it's becoming too powerful in how our elections are taking place. So even if you are saying, well, hate speech is our rule and a lot of people agree with it, if at any point one person disagrees, there's still an American who has a right to this, to access to the public discourse, and you've essentially monopolized that, and not completely, but for the most part. So isn't there some responsibility on you to guarantee, at a certain extent, less regulation happen, right? Like, look, if you recognize foreign governments are manipulating our elections, then shouldn't you guarantee the right to an American to access this platform to be involved in the electoral process?
I'm not sure I see the tie between those things, but I will address one of your points, which was we're a platform that serves the world. So we're a global 75% of the users of Twitter are outside of the United States.
Right.
So we don't apply laws of just one country when we're thinking about it. We think about how do you have a global standard that can meet the threshold of as many countries as possible, because we want all the people in the world to be able to participate in this conversation.
And also meet elections like the Indian election.
Right, and my understanding is you were also accused of being biased against conservatives in India recently. There's a report on that, as well as you held up a sign that said something offensive about the Brahmin.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so in that sense, even in other countries, you're accused of the same things that you're being accused of by American conservatives.
I think that the situations are very, very different, and I don't think that the ideologies in play are the same at all.
Well, so the reason I bring
Can
up,
we clarify that? Because I'm
Well,
not aware of the case.
I'm not sure what you're talking about, but we did have our Vice President of Public Policy testify in front of Indian Parliament a couple of weeks ago, and they were really focused on election integrity and safety and abuse and harassment of women and political figures and the likes.
So my concern, I guess, is I recognize you're a company that serves the world, but as an American, I have a concern that the democracy I live in, the Democratic Republic, the democratic functions are healthy. One of the biggest threats is, Russia, Iran, China. They're trying to meddle in our elections using your platform, and it's effective. So much so that you've actually come out and removed many people. Covington was apparently started by a company based in Brazil. The Covington scandal, where this fake news goes viral, was reported by CNN that it was a dummy account. They were trying to prop it up, and they were pushing out this out of context information. So they do this. They use your platform to do it. You've now got a platform that is so powerful in our American discourse that foreign governments are using it as weapons against us. And you've taken a stance against the laws of the United States. I don't mean against you're breaking the law. I mean, you have rules that go beyond the scope of the U.S., which will restrict American citizens from being able to participate. Meanwhile, foreign actors are free to do so long as they play by your rules. So our elections are being threatened by the fact that if there's an American citizen who says, I do not believe in your misgendering policy, and you ban them, that person has been removed from public discourse on Twitter.
Right, but they don't get banned for saying they don't agree with it. They get banned for specifically violating it by targeting an individual.
Let's say in protest, an individual repeatedly says, no, I refuse to use your pronouns, in Megan Murphy's case. She's Canadian, so I don't want to use her specifically. The point I'm trying to make is, at a certain level, there are going to be American citizens who have been removed from this public discourse, which has become so absurdly powerful, foreign governments weaponize it, because you have different rules than the American country has.
So just to be clear, my understanding, and I'm not expert on all the platforms, is that foreign governments use multiple different ways to interfere in elections. It is not limited to our platform, nor is it limited to social media.
But the president is on Twitter,
right? The president is on a lot of different platforms, as is the White House.
I think it's fair to point out the media coverage of his Twitter account is insane, and they run news stories every time he tweets.
That's certainly undeniable. I'm just pointing out that there are a number of different avenues for this, and individuals have choices in how they use the platform.
He might have other platforms, but he uses Twitter almost exclusively.
And what I'm trying to bring up is that if Twitter refuses to acknowledge this problem, you are facing regulation. I don't know if you care about that, but at a certain point,
which problem?
If you're going to restrict American citizens from participating on a platform where even the president speaks, and it's essentially you have a privately owned public space, if I could use an analogy that would be most apt, and you've set rules that are not recognized by the U.S. In fact, when it came to a Supreme Court hearing, they said hate speech is not a violation, it's actually protected free speech. So there's actual odds. So there might be someone who says, I refuse to live by any other means than what the Supreme Court set down. That means I have a right to hate speech. You will ban them. That means your platform is so powerful, it's being used to manipulate elections, and you have rules that are not recognized by the government to remove American citizens from that discourse. So as a private platform, you become too powerful to not be regulated if you refuse to allow people free speech.
But I'm trying to pick apart the connection. I think, so yes, we do have an issue with foreign entities and misinformation, and this is a extremely complicated issue which we're just beginning to understand and grasp and take action on. I don't think that issue is solved purely by not being more aggressive on something else that is taking people off the platform entirely as well, which is abuse and harassment. It's a cost-benefit analysis ultimately, and our rules are designed again, and they don't always manifest this way in the outcomes, but in terms of what we're trying to drive is opportunity for every single person to be able to speak freely on the platform. And
That's absolutely not true. You don't allow hate speech, so free speech is not on your platform.
I said
Speak freely.
enable everyone, create the opportunity for everyone to speak on our service.
Unless it's hate speech, right?
And in part of that, the recognition that we're taking action on is that when some people encounter particular conduct, that we see them wanting to remove themselves from the platform completely, which goes against that principle, enabling everyone to speak or giving people the opportunity to speak. So rules are focused on the opportunities presented, and we have particular outcomes to make sure that those opportunities are as simple as possible.
Let's separate first. The point I made about foreign governments was just to explain the power that your platform holds and how it can be weaponized. We'll separate that now. When Antifa shows up and bashes a guy with a white clock, that is suppressing his speech, right? That's active physical violence. However, when Antifa links hands and blocks a door so that no one can go to an event, that is also legally allowed, right? So what you're saying is that if someone is engaging in behavior such as going on Twitter and shouting someone down relentlessly, that's something external to what happens in the world under the U.S. government. I am allowed to scream very close to you and not let you speak in public, but on Twitter you don't allow that. So there's a dramatic difference between what Twitter thinks is okay and what the U.S. government thinks is okay, how our democracy functions and how Twitter functions. The issue I'm pointing out is that we know Twitter is becoming extremely important in how our public discourse is occurring, how our culture is developing, and who even gets elected. So if you have rules that are based on a global policy, that means American citizens who are abiding by all of the laws of our country are being restricted from engaging in public discourse because you've monopolized it.
Can I counter that though? Because these foreign governments are restricted by the same rules. So if they violate those same rules, they will be removed. So if they play within those rules, they can participate in the discourse, even if they are just trying to manipulate our elections. On the other hand, if the people that are on the platform play by those rules, they can also counteract.
Unless their ideology goes in line with U.S. law and is legally allowed, as opposed to what you allow. So foreign governments can absolutely keep making new accounts and keep botting and keep manipulating. They can even post things that will go viral and then get banned and not care.
Right.
But a private American citizen can say, here's my opinion, I refuse to back down.
I see what you're saying.
You'll ban him. So we can see that at a certain point, you have a lot, Twitter is slowly gaining, in my opinion, too much control from your personal ideology based on what you've researched, what you think is right, over American discourse. If Twitter, and this again is my opinion, I'm not a lawmaker, to assume if Twitter refuses to say in the United States you are allowed to say what is legally acceptable, period, then lawmakers' only choice will be to enforce regulation on your company.
Actually, Tom, I spend quite a bit of time talking to lawmakers as part of my role, head of public policy. I spend a lot of time in DC. I would say that Jack and I have both spent a lot of time in DC. And I think from the perspective of lawmakers, they, across the spectrum, are also policing abuse and harassment online and bullying online. Those are things that people care about because they affect their children and they affect their communities and they affect individuals. And so I don't think that, and as a private American business, we can have different standards than what an American government-owned corporation or American government would have to institute. Those are two different things. And I understand your point about the influence. And I'm not that. Certainly, Twitter is an influential platform, but like anything, whether it's the American law or the rules of Twitter or the rules of Facebook or rules of any platform, there are rules, and those rules have to be followed. So it is your choice whether to follow those rules and to continue to participate in a civic dialogue, or it's your choice to not do that.
Absolutely. You've monopolized public discourse to an extreme degree, and you say my way or the highway. We
haven't monopolized it. There are many different avenues for people to continue to have a voice. There are many different platforms that offer that. We are a largely influential one. I'm not trying to take away from that, and we're a very important one.
You don't need to be the most important. It's just that you are extremely important. And it's a compliment. Twitter has become extremely powerful. But at a certain point, you should not have the right to control what people are allowed to say. No private I'm a social liberal. I think we should regulate you guys because you are unelected officials running your system the way you see fit against the wishes of a democratic republic. And there are people who disagree with you who are being excised from public discourse because of your ideology. That terrifies me. And we can take it one step further.
So Tim, just so I understand, so are you suggesting that we don't have any policies around abuse and harassment on the platform? I'm trying to understand what it is you're saying, because I'm not sure I'm following you. So you don't think we should have any rules about abuse and harassment? So even the threats that you received, that you
Under
mentioned that we
US
did,
law.
but you mentioned a number of threats that you received, and you were quite frustrated that we haven't taken action on them. You think we shouldn't have rules that?
I'm frustrated because of the hypocrisy. When I see the flow of one direction, and then what I see are Republican politicians who, in my opinion, are just too ignorant to understand what the hell's going on around them. And I see people burning signs that say free speech. I see you openly saying, we recognize the power of our platform and we are not going to abide by American norms. I see the manipulation of Twitter in violation of our elections. I see Democratic operatives in Alabama waging a false flag campaign using fake Russian accounts. And the guy who runs that company has not been banned from your platform. Even after it's been written by the New York Times, he was doing this. So we know that not only are people manipulating your platform, you have rules that remove honest American citizens with bad opinions who have a right to engage in public discourse. And it's like you recognize it, but you like having the power. I'm not quite sure at what point.
So just to get back to my point, so you believe that Twitter should not have any rules about abuse and harassment or any sort of hate speech on the platform. That's your position.
Well, that's extremely reductive. I don't know, maybe too simplistic. The point I'm trying to make is,
but that is the point you're trying to make. You're asking us to comply with the U.S. law that would criminalize potential speech and put people in jail for it, and you're asking us to enforce those standards.
Well, I mean, if you incite death, it's a crime. You can go to jail for that. So at the very least, when you have people on your platform who've committed a crime and you don't ban them, I say, well, that's really weird. And then when you have people on your platform who say a bad, naughty word, you do ban them, I say, oh, that's really weird. I mean, I've seen people get banned for tweeting an N to you. I understand what they're trying to do when they tweet letters at you, Jack. But they get suspended for it, and they get a threat. Like you can't. Let's talk about learn to code.
What do you mean by that?
So there are people who know that they can tweet a single letter, and the next person knows what letter they need to tweet. You see what I'm saying? So you'll see, one user will say N, the next user will put an I, the next user will put a G. Yes, and so they get suspended for doing so. And these are the people who are trying to push the buttons on the rules, right?
They get suspended for that?
Yeah, absolutely. So, because I think, but here's the thing. I think your team understands what they're doing. However, you get really dangerous territory if someone accidentally tweets an N and you assume they're trying to engage in a harassment campaign, which is why I said let's talk about learn to code.
But we do look at coordination of accounts.
Do you do that through direct messages?
I don't know about direct messages, but
do you read direct messages?
We don't read direct messages.
We don't read them unless someone reports a direct message to us that they have received.
And so you read their direct message that they send to you?
So if you have a direct message and someone says something terrible and then like you receive a death threat and you report that to us,
then you read it.
Then we would read it because you've reported it to us.
Does anyone in the company have access to direct messages other than that?
Only in the context, again, of reviewing reports that we
Other than that, they're not accessible?
Not to my knowledge. I don't know what you mean. Like, we're not reading them. We're not reading them.
Is it possible that someone could go into Tim's direct messages and just read his direct messages?
I don't think so.
So if Tim writes an N and I write an I and Jamie writes a G, can you go into our direct messages and say, hey, let's fuck with Jack and we're going to write this stuff out and we're going to do it and let's see if they ban us? You can't read that.
I don't think so.
So if that's the case, how would you know if there was a concerted effort in that?
I think what he's saying is like if we do see those train of replies, then that is coordination.
You know what people are doing, right?
Yes. The question is, how do you prove it?
Well, I think beyond the N, the first person with the letter, you can't prove he did it, but everybody else you kind of can.
But I don't think we would.
Well, look, I can say this. I've been sent numerous screenshots from people. Screenshots can be fake. I recognize that, but I've seen people actually tweet, and then I've seen the tweet follow up.
Right after one letter?
Yes, someone tweeted at you, someone decently high profile, like a big YouTuber, tweeted an N at you and then got like a 12-hour suspension. Yeah. But let's talk about learn to code. Right? And why are people being suspended for tweeting hashtag learn to code?
Yep. We did some research on this.
Yes, we did some research on this. So there was a situation, I guess about a month ago or so, where a number of journalists were receiving a variety of tweets, some containing learn to code, some containing a bunch of other coded language that was wishes of harm. These were thousands and thousands of tweets being directed at a handful of journalists. And we did some research, and what we found was a number of the accounts that were engaging in this behavior, which is tweeting at the journalists with this either learn to code or things like day of the rope and other coded language, were actually ban evasion accounts. That means accounts that had been previously suspended. And we also learned that there was a targeted campaign being organized off our platform to abuse and harass these journalists.
That's not true. So see, here's the thing. An activist who works for NBC wrote that story and then lobbied you. You issued an official statement, and then even the editor-in-chief of the Daily Caller got a suspension for tweeting "Learn to Code" at the Daily Show.
So I have never talked to anybody from NBC about this issue, so I'm not sure.
So they report it. Don't misrepresent me. They report it. The narrative goes far and wide amongst your circles. Then all of a sudden, you're seeing high-profile conservatives tweeting a joke, getting suspensions.
So again, some of these tweets actually contained death threats, wishes of harm, other coded language that we've seen to mean death to journalists. So it wasn't about just the learn to code. It was about the context that we were seeing.
That's just not true. That's just not true. The editor-in-chief of the Daily Caller was suspended for tweeting nothing but #learn to code.
So Tim, can I finish what I was saying?
Yeah.
So we were looking at the context, and what was happening is there were journalists receiving hundreds of tweets. Some had death threats, some had wishes of harm, some just learned to code. And in that particular context, we made a decision. We consider this type of behavior dogpiling, which is when all of a sudden individuals are getting tons and tons of tweets at them. They feel very abused and harassed on the platform.
Can we pause this because
Yeah,
this
of
is
course,
super confusing for people who don't know the context. The learn to code thing is in response to people saying that people that are losing their jobs, like coal miners and truck drivers and things like that, could learn to code. It was almost like in jest initially. Or if it wasn't in jest initially, it was so poorly thought out as a suggestion that people started mocking it, right? Correct?
So the first stories that came out were simply like, can miners learn to code? It was
Right,
no
coal
bill.
miners, right.
And the #learn to code is just a meme. It's not
Right.
even necessarily a conservative one, though you will see more conservatives using
But it
it.
was people are using it to mock how stupid the idea of taking a person who's uneducated, who's in their 50s, who should learn some new form of vocation, and then someone says learn to code, and so then other people, when they're losing their job or when something's happening, people would write learn to code because it's a meme.
Well, not even necessarily. I would just characterize learn to code as a meme that represents the elitism of modern journalists and how they target certain communities with disdain.
Okay.
So to make that point, there are people who have been suspended for tweeting something like, I'm not too happy with how BuzzFeed reported the story, #learn to code, right? Making representation of these people are snooty elites who live in ivory towers. But again, this is a meme that has nothing to do with harassment, but some people might be harassing somebody and might tweet it. Why would we expect to see, even still today, I'm still getting messages from people with screenshots saying I've been suspended for using a hashtag, and the editor-in-chief of the Daily Caller, right? He quote tweeted a video from the Daily Show with #learn to code, and he got a suspension for it.
So why learn to code? Why is that alone so egregious?
And I don't think it is so egregious. I
So
think
is it
that's
just
a
something that
background.
got stuck in an algorithm?
No, it was again a specific set of issues that we were seeing targeting a very specific set of journalists, and it wasn't just the learn to code. It was a couple of things going on. A lot of the accounts tweeting learn to code were ban evaders, which means they've previously been suspended. A lot of the accounts had other language in them, or tweets had other language like day of the brick, day of the rope, oven ready. These are all coded meanings for violence against people.
Right.
And the people who were receiving this were receiving hundreds of these in what appeared to us to be a coordinated harassment campaign. And so we were trying to understand the context of what was going on and take action on them. Because again, I don't know, Joe, if you've ever been the target of a dogpiling event on Twitter, but it is not particularly fun when thousands of people or hundreds of people are tweeting at you and saying things. And that's can be viewed as a form of harassment. It's not about the individual tweet. It is about the volume of things that are being directed at you.
No, I understand.
And so in that particular case, we made the judgment call, and it is a judgment call, to take down the tweets that were responding directly to these journalists that were saying learn to code, even if they didn't have a wish of harm specifically attached to them because of what we viewed as coordinated attempt to harass them. And again, like I was saying, some of the other signals and coded language. And we were worried that learn to code was taking on a different meaning
I understand what
in
you're
that
saying.
particular context.
So, but in and of itself, though, it still seems like there's alternative meanings to learn to code. It still could be used, as Tim was saying, to mock elite, snooty.
Speak truth to power.
Yes,
Absolutely.
yes.
I agree with you. So it's really about the context of what was happening in that situation and all those other things. I think in a very different situation, we would not take action on that.
Okay, but doesn't that seem like you're throwing a blanket over a very small issue?
I think
Because
it
learn to code in itself is very small. The blanket is cast over racism. The blanket is cast over this all the other horrible things that are attached to it. But the horrible things that are attached to it are the real issue. This learn to code thing is kind of a legitimate protest in people saying that these minors should learn to code. That's kind of preposterous.
Well, the first articles weren't mean. It was just,
Right.
Learn to Code kind of identified, you have these journalists who are so far removed from middle America that they think you can take a 50-year-old man who's never used a computer before and put him in a,
Right.
The stories I think were legitimate.
Yes.
But the point more so is it was a meme. The hashtag, the idea of Learn to Code condenses this idea, and it's easy to communicate, especially when you only have 280 characters, that there is a class of individual in this country. I think you mentioned on, was it Sam Harris, that these liberal journalists only follow each other?
Yeah, in the 2016 elections.
Yeah, and so, I still believe that to be true. I've worked in these offices.
It has changed. They've done the study again, the visualization, and now there is a lot of cross-pollination. But what we saw is folks who were voting on the left end of the spectrum mainly followed folks on the left, and folks on the right followed everyone.
What you were talking about earlier, that there's these bubbles.
There's
Yeah.
bubbles, and we've helped create them
Yeah.
and maintain them.
So here's what ends up happening, and this is one of the big problems that people have with this story particularly. You have a left-wing activist who works for NBC News. I'm not accusing you of having read the article. He spends like a day lobbying to Twitter saying, guys, you have to do this, you have to make these changes. The next day he writes a story saying that 4chan is organizing these harassment campaigns and death threats. And while 4chan was doing threads about it, you can't accuse 4chan simply for talking about it because Reddit was talking about it too, as was Twitter. So then the next day, after he published his article, now he's getting threats. And then Twitter issues a statement saying, we will take action. And to make matters worse, when John Levine, a writer for The Wrap, got a statement from one of your spokespeople saying, yes, we are banning people for saying learn to code, a bunch of journalists came out and then lied. I have no idea why, saying this is not true, this is fake news. Then a second statement was published by Twitter saying it's part of a harassment campaign. And so then the mainstream narrative becomes, oh, they're only banning people who are part of a harassment campaign. But you literally see legitimate, high-profile individuals getting suspensions for joining in on a joke.
Oh, there for sure probably mistakes in there. I don't think that any of us are claiming that we got this 100% right.
And probably our team having a lack of context into actually what's happening as well. And we would fully admit we probably were way too aggressive when we first saw this as well, and made mistakes.
I hope this clarifies then. You have situations like this where you can see, this journalist.
What's up, gang? What's going on in here?
Has
Joe
very,
Rogan
like,
24/7,
left-wing,
baby.
I don't want to use over esoteric words, but intersectional dogmatic points of view, right? So this is considered, so like intersectional feminism is considered like a small ideology.
Hey, you guys see my social media? Hey, have you seen my social media?
Right, the left-wing version, which is like.
Have you seen your social media?
Yeah, it's in my
Typically when they rag on white men, or when they say like white feminism.
Look at my Discord profile, dog. I have over 1,000 TikTok
So
accounts.
what ends up happening is you have a journalist who clearly
I don't know how to do that. I'm not
he writes
chronically
extremely
online.
biased.
Just click on my name.
Oh, good lord. What the hell?
Chronically online response. Then we can look at what happens with Oliver Garcia at CNN. He says,
He's got his PayPal. You can put your PayPal in here.
I know, how hilarious is that? How hilarious is that? It says my bank account was verified.
Removal of certain individuals who you then remove.
Oh,
And then when Kathy Griffin,
I'm going to BC2. You guys
this
are.
guy calls for the death of these kids, he gets a slap on the wrist. And look, I understand the context.
What are you streaming in your
grains of sand make it, and eventually
Yeah, dog.
these stories pile
I've been
up.
sleeping in here for days.
Why it only flows in one direction. Check out that, to be honest. I
Thanks.
imagine that calling for the death 3 times of any individual is a bannable
I
offense.
appreciate it.
What the hell?
Yeah, I do sleep with the lights on. Got a problem with
We
it?
see these, people say men are women now. They get
Wanna fight about it?
The editor of the Daily Caller would be the best example. Hashtag
Cool story, bro.
Quoting the Daily Show is suspension.
Cool. Hell yeah.
Threatening death and inciting death
You're not a
is
real
suspension
shit
too.
on.
Yes, I am,
It feels
dog.
like it's only going in one
What's
direction.
the bar mitzvah?
I think we have a
It's
lot
when
of
you
work
turn
to do to
13.
explain more clearly when we're taking action and why, and certainly looking into
What's a mezuzah?
any
What's a
mistakes we
mezuzah?
have made in those
It's
particular
what goes on your
Do you
door.
guys agree that in tech, I think we can all agree this. I would hope you agree.
Are you
Tech
circumcised?
tends to
Yes.
left.
That's enough questions, my friend. I'm back to bed.
Twitter, Google.
Took out your dick
I would
off.
be
Was
willing
the
to bet
rabbi?
that a
It's a
conservative
moil,
social
dog.
network would not have a hate speech policy. I mean, you look at Gab and you look at Mimes, and Mimes not even right wing.
Right, they're not right wing at all. They just
You're not
staunchly
against
support free speech. And
Right.
I don't think Gab is necessarily, I don't think the owner is necessarily right wing either.
Going
I
to
don't know
bed?
much about him.
Pussy.
I think he's like a libertarian. I don't want to.
I don't want to specify either. I don't know enough.
Yeah.
But I know that when you read what they write, they're just staunchly committed to free speech. But they will stop doxing. They will do things to stop targeted harassment and doxing and things along those lines.
Sometimes slowly,
Yeah.
admittedly.
Yeah, admittedly. But they just want an open platform. What my point is that I think a lot of people that are on the right feel disenfranchised by these platforms they use on a daily basis. I don't know what the percentages are in terms of the number of people that are conservative that use Twitter versus the number of people that are liberal, but I would imagine it's probably pretty close, isn't it?
I don't
The
know.
numbers?
I don't know because we don't ask people
But
what
that-
their
We'd have to infer all that based on what they're saying, or because
So let's not even go there. But the people that run, whether it's Google or Twitter or Facebook, any of these platforms, YouTube for sure, powerful leaning towards the left. Wouldn't we all agree to that?
Well, we don't ask our employees, but my guess is that many employees at tech companies are probably liberal.
It's really fascinating.
But I also think, you point out all the companies you mentioned are in exactly the same region as well.
Yes,
And that's-
you're all in that.
We do have the challenge of some monocultural thinking
Yes.
as well. But I have said publicly that, yes, we will have more of a liberal bias within our company. I said this to CNN.
Right.
But that doesn't mean that we put that in our rules.
Right. But hold on a second. Because what I'm getting at is that at some point in time, things have to get down to a human being looking and reviewing at cases. And if you guys are so left wing in your staff and the area that you live in and all these things are almost naturally going to lean left. Is that fair to say?
If we're purely looking at the content, but a lot of this agent work is based on the behaviors, all the things that we've been discussing in terms of the context of the actual content itself. That's what the rules are.
Except the misgendering policy, right? So your rules do reflect your bubble, right? Go to middle America and go hang out in a conservative town. They're not going to agree with you. Your rules are based on your bubble in San Francisco or whatever city.
I'm from Middle America. I'm from St. Louis, Missouri, and I hear the point. I definitely hear the point in terms of like us putting this rule forth, but we have to balance it with the fact that people are being driven away from our platform.
I hear you.
And they may not disagree. They may not agree with me on that, my folks from Missouri, but I think they would see some valid argument in what we're trying to do to, again, increase the opportunity for as many people as possible to talk. That's it. It's not driving the outcomes that you're speaking to.
Where do you stop? What community is and isn't deserving of protection? Are conservatives not deserving of protection for their opinions?
But I want to
They're being
focus
driven away.
on individuals and increasing the absolute number of people who have opportunity to speak on the platform in the first place.
So then, do you need a rule for body dysphoria?
Hey, how are you?
For other kin? Right? You see what I'm asking you? You have a specific.
I see what you're asking, but and this came from.
Hi, how are you?
And there's disagreement as to whether this is the right. And yes, our audience does influence moving in this direction. Our bias does take.
USA, how about you?
Our biases influence us putting a rule like this in place, but it's with the understanding of creating as much opportunity as possible for freedom to speak, based on the actual data that we see of people leaving the platform because of experiences that they have.
So why did your research stop here?
I think something that just stops and doesn't evolve. We're going to constantly question. We're going to constantly get feedback from people on every end of the spectrum of any particular issue and make changes accordingly.
And to your credit, I really do appreciate that the fact that you're very open about that you have made mistakes and that you're continuing to learn and grow. The company is reviewing these things and trying to figure out which way to go. And I think we all need to pay attention to the fact that this is a completely new road. This road did not exist 15 years ago. There was nothing there. That is a tremendous responsibility for any company, any group of human beings, to be in control of public discourse on a scale unprecedented in human history. And that's what we're dealing with here. This is not a small thing. And I know people that have been banned, to them, this is a matter of ideology, this is a matter of this, is a matter of that. There's a lot of debate being going on here. And this is one of the reasons why I wanted to bring you on, because Tim, because you know so much about so many of these cases, and so much because you are a journalist, and you're very aware of the implications and all the problems that maybe have slipped through my fingers.
So I do want to make one thing really clear, though. I have a tremendous amount of respect and trust for you, and you say you want to solve this problem simply because you're sitting here right now, and these other companies aren't, right? Jack, you went on Sam Harris, you were on with Gadsad, and that says to me a good faith effort to try and figure out how to do things right. So as much as I'll apologize for getting kind of angry and being emotional, because
I don't see you as angry. Look, we also haven't been great at explaining our intent, and there's a few things going on. One, as Joe indicated, centralized global policy at scale is almost impossible, and we realize this. Different services have different answers to this. Reddit has a community-based policy where each topic, each subreddit has its own policy, and there's some benefit to that. So that's problem number one. We know that this very binary off or on platform isn't right, and it doesn't scale, and it ultimately goes against our key initiative of wanting to promote more healthier conversation.
I just don't think that's what you're doing.
I hear you.
Yeah.
But we're not done. We're not done. We're not finished with our work, and we need to. The reason I'm going on all these podcasts and having these conversations, and ideally Vidge is getting out there more often as well, because we don't see enough for him to hear, enough for her. We need to have these conversations so we can learn. We can get the feedback, and also pay attention to where the technology is going. Before the podcast, we talked a little bit about, and I talked about it on our previous podcast, and also Sam's, that technology today is enabling content to live forever in a way that was not possible before. You can say that everything on the internet lives forever, but it's generally not true, because any host or any connection can take it down. The blockchain changes all of that. It can actually exist forever, permanently, without anyone being able to touch it, government, company, individual. And that is a reality that we need to pay attention to and really understand our value. And I believe a lot of our value in the future, not today, again, we have a ton of work, is to take a strong stance of we are going to be a company that, given this entire corpus of conversation and content within the world, we're going to work to promote healthy public conversation. That's what we want. That's what we want to do. And if you disagree with it, you should be able to turn it off. And you should be able to access anything that you want, as you would with the internet. But those are technologies that are just in the formative stages and presenting new opportunities to companies like ours. And there's a ton of challenges with them, and a ton of things that we've discussed over the past hour that it doesn't solve and maybe exacerbates, especially around things like election interference and some of the regulatory concerns that you're bringing.
So there's a few issues, right? Your definition of what is or isn't healthy, right?
Yes. And we want that to be public. We want that. We have 4 indicators right now that we're working on with an external lab. We want other labs we want to give it up, open source, make sure that people can comment on it, that people can help us define it. We'll use that interpretation on our own algorithms and then push it, but that has to be open, that has to be transparent. Are we there today? Absolutely not. We're not there.
This course of action to me looks like a Fahrenheit 451 future, where everything is so offensive, everything must be restricted. I see that's the path I see that you're on. You want to have a healthy conversation, you want to maximize the amount of people, that means you got to cut off all the tall grass and level everything out. So if you decided that this one rule needs to be enforced because certain things are offensive.
No, but can I explain what health at least means to us in this?
Absolutely, yeah.
So like, we talked a little bit about this on the previous podcast, but like we have 4 indicators that we're trying to define and try to understand if there's actually something there. One is shared attention. Is a conversation generally shared around the same objects, or is it disparate? So, like, as we're having a conversation, the 4 of us are having a conversation, are we all focused on the same thing? Or is Joe on his phone, which you were earlier, like whatever is going on? Because more shared attention will lead to healthier conversation. Number 2 is shared reality. Not whether something is factual, but are we sharing the same facts? Is the earth round? Is the world flat? So we can tell what facts are we sharing and what facts are we not sharing, what percentage of the conversation. So that's the second indicator. Third is receptivity. Are the participants receptive to debate and to civility and to look at and be empathetic and look at what's behind that. This is the one we have the most measurement around today. We can determine and predict when someone might walk away from the Twitter conversation because they feel it's toxic.
I just ignore them all, basically.
So, and we see that in our data, right? So and there's some conversations you get into and you persist. And then finally is variety of perspective. Are we actually seeing the full spectrum of any topic that's being talked about? And these are not meant to be taken as individual parts, but in unison, how they play together. And we've written these out. We haven't gotten far enough in actually defining what they look like and what they mean. And we certainly haven't gotten good enough at understanding when we deploy a solution like being able to follow a hashtag. Does that impact variety of perspective to the positive? Does it impact shared reality to the negative? Whatnot. So this is how we're thinking about it. And as we think more about that, that influences our product, it influences our enforcement, and it influences our policy as well.
What you're describing sounds wildly different to what Twitter is, right? So you have a goal for where you want to get with those metrics. So what confuses me then when we talk about someone like Megan Murphy, who sure she violated your rules, but in the context of a conversation, you recognize people will sometimes get heated with each other. How do you is a healthy conversation when no one is being negative? What if people are yelling at each other, being mean and insulting, or misgendering them?
I think it's a question of what thresholds you allow, and the more control we can give people to vary the spectrum on what they want to see, that feels right to me. I mean, Joe, in your Alex podcast did exactly this thing. You're hosting a conversation. You had both of your guests who started talking over each other. You paused the conversation. You said, let's not get combative. Someone said, I'm not being combative. You said, you're all talking over each other. And there's a dynamic that the conversation then shifted to that got to some deeper points, right? You could have just said, let that happen and let it go. And that's fine too. It's up to who is viewing and experiencing that conversation. And I agree with you. It is completely far off from where we are today. We've not only we had to address a lot of these issues that we're talking about at this table, but we've also had to turn the company around from a business standpoint. We've had to fix all of our infrastructure that's over 10 years old, and we had to go through 2 layoffs because the company was too large. So we have to prioritize our efforts, and I don't know any other way to do this than be really specific about our intentions and our aspirations and the intent and the why behind our actions. And not everyone's going to agree with it in the particular moment.
So I want to point this out before I make my next statement, though, just real quick. It seems like the technology is moving faster than the culture. So I do recognize you guys are in a rock and a hard place. How do you get to a point where you can have that open source crypto, blockchain technology that allows for free open speech? At the same time, The technology exists. Twitter has been replicated numerous times in different ways. Mastodon, for instance.
Yep.
What's disconcerting to me is, and maybe you have research on this, which is why you've taken the decisions you have. But when you ban someone because they've said bad opinions, misgendering, well, they're not going to go away. They're going to try and find anywhere they can speak. So what effectively happens is you're taking all of these people from a wide range of the most, to use a prison analogy, murderers, all the way to pot smokers, and you're putting them in the same room with each other, and you're saying you're not welcome here. Well, what happens when you take someone who smokes pot and put them in prison with a bunch of gangbangers and murderers? They fall to that.
I totally get the point. I'm hyper aware of our actions setting more and more things into the dark.
Well, this is something that I want to discuss. This is really important in this vein of thinking. What about roads to redemption? What about someone like Megan Murphy? What about anyone, Alex Jones, Milo? Can we find a path for people to get back to the platform? For good or for bad, like it or not, there's one video platform that people give a shit about, and that's YouTube. You get kicked off of YouTube, you're doomed. And that's just reality. You can go, Vimeo is wonderful. There's a lot of great video platforms out there. They have a fucking tiny fraction of the views that YouTube does. That's just reality. The same thing can be said for Twitter. Whether or not other platforms exist that's inconsequential. The vast majority of people are on Twitter. The vast majority of people that are making posts about the news and breaking information, they do it on Twitter. What can be set up, and have you guys given consideration to some sort of a path to redemption?
Yeah, there's redemption and there's rehabilitation.
Okay.
And, we haven't done a great job at having a cohesive stance on rehabilitation and redemption. We haven't in parts. So the whole focus behind the temporary suspensions is to at least give people pause and think about why they violated why and how they violated our particular rules that they signed up for when they came in through our terms of service. Right? Whether you agree with them or not, this is the agreement that we have with people.
I'm just thinking this, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but it would be kind of hilarious if you guys had an option, like a mode of Twitter, an angry mode. Like, fuck, I'm angry right now, so I'm going to type some things, and it says, hey, dude, why don't you just think about this? We're going to hold it for you in the queue. And
people do that. People do that in their drafts, but
I'm sure they do. But it would be funny if you had an angry mode.
Yeah, but
like you guys, I noticed you guys are using a lot of curse words, and you're saying a lot of bad things. We're going to put you in angry mode. Yeah. So think about this. So you have to make several clicks if you want to post this.
And there is research to suggest that people expressing that actually tends to minimize more violent physical.
Oh, for sure. Well, everyone says that with emails. If you're in the middle of the night, someone sends you an email and you find it insulting, you're ready to type an email, and then go to sleep. Wake up in the morning like, someone say something. That's how I wind up interacting with these people. But what do you think can be done for people like, let's say Megan Murphy, because she seems one of the, it's as easy to see her perspective as any. What do you think could be done for her?
I think you're right, Alec. I think that I would love to get to a point where we think of suspensions as temporary. And
she's banned for life.
Right now, that's the only option that we've built into our rules, but we have every capability of changing that, and that's something that I want my team to focus on, is thinking about, as Jack said, not just coming back after some time-bound period, but also, like, what more can and should we be doing within the product itself early on to educate people about the rules. So one of the things that we're working on is a very, very simplified version of the Twitter rules. That's 2 pages, not 20. I've made sure that my lawyers don't write it, and it's written in as plain English as we can. We try to put examples in there, and like really taking the time to educate people. And I get people aren't always going to agree with those rules, and we have to address that too. But at least simplifying it and educating people so that they don't even get to that stage. But once they do, understanding that there are going to be different contexts in people's lives, different times, they're going to say and do things that they may not agree with, and they don't deserve to be permanently suspended forever from a platform like Twitter.
Agreed. So how do you get to it?
So this is something that actually we just had a meeting on this earlier this week with our executive team, and identifying kind of some of the principles by which we would want to think about time-bounding suspension. So it's work. We have to do it, and we're going to figure it out. I'm not going to tell you it's coming out right away, but it's on our roadmap. It's something we want to do.
Why don't you set up a jury system? When someone reports something, instead of you having to worry about it, there would be no accusation of bias if 100,000 users were randomly selected to determine. Because Periscope does this.
Yeah, Periscope does this.
Yeah.
And we've learned.
Periscope does this? Can you please explain that?
So Periscope has
Well, that's what we're
a
supposed to do.
moderation jury. So
We haven't got the alcohol
based
yet.
on the machine learning algorithms, and in some cases reports, particular replies, we send them to a small jury of folks to ask, is this against our term service, or is this something that you believe should be in the channel or not?
Do you
vote yes
sign
or no.
up to be on the jury?
No, it's random.
So you randomly get chosen and you decide whether or not you want to participate?
And it's good. It has some flaws. It has some gaming aspects to it as well. But like we do have a lot of experiments that we're testing, and like we want to build confidence in like it's actually driving the outcomes that we think are useful. Periscope is a good playground for us across many regards.
I think ultimately one of the greater philosophical challenges is that you are a massively powerful corporation. You have international investors. I believe there's a Saudi prince owns 6% of Twitter. So is that true? I just want to make sure it's.
Well, we're a publicly traded corporation, so anybody can buy stock, but that doesn't mean they have influence on day-to-day.
Well, I think depending on which political faction you ask, they'll say money is influence, right? So I'm not going to say that the Saudi prince who invested in Twitter, because again, it's been a while since I've read these stories, is like showing up to your meetings and throwing his weight around. But at a certain point,
definitely not doing that.
But I'm not. Do I have to trust you, right? This is a guy who's throwing over $1 billion, I think, into Twitter. Twitter has influence on our elections. Foreign government actors have stake in Twitter. It worries me then when you base your rules on your personal decisions on an unelected group of people. You have such tremendous power in this monopoly on public discourse, near monopoly. Like he was saying, there's some platforms, Twitter has no real competition. So I just have to hope and trust you have the best interest at heart. But you, at the end of the day, it's authoritarian. No one chose you to be in charge of this. I understand you mentioned you discovered Twitter, but here I am looking at both of you who have this tremendous power over whether or not someone can get elected. You can choose to ban someone and tell me all day and night you have a reason for doing it. I just have to trust you. That's terrifying. There's no proof. There's no proof Alex Jones did any of these things other than the things he's posted, right? I understand that.
That's actually what I was on the phone with. Alex was texting me saying that he never did anything to endanger any child, and that he was disputing what people were saying about a video of a child getting harmed.
And so do we just trust an unelected, extremely wealthy individuals, Saudi princes, it's a publicly traded company, who knows where the influence is coming from? Your rules are based on a global policy. And I'm sitting here watching, wow, these people who are never chosen in this position have too much power over my politics.
I think that's why it's so important that we take the time to build transparency into what we're doing. And that's part of what we're trying to do, is not just in being here and talking to you guys, but also building it into the product itself. I think one of the things that I've really loved about a new product launch, what we've done, is to disable any sort of ranking in the home timeline if you want, and you don't have to see our algorithms at play anymore. These are the kinds of things that we're thinking about. How do we give power back to the people using our service so that they can see what they want to see and they can participate the way they want to participate? And this is long term, and I get that we're not there yet, but this is how we're thinking about it.
And you can imagine where that goes. I mean, it just one switch and turning all the algorithms off. What does that do? What does that look like? So these are the conversations that we're having in the company, whether they be good ideas or bad ideas. We haven't determined that just yet, but we definitely look. I definitely understand the mistrust that people have in the company, in myself, in the corporate structure, in all the variables that are associated with it, including who chooses to buy on the public market, who chooses not to. I get all of it, and I grew up on the internet. I'm a believer in the internet principles, and I want to do everything in my power to make sure that we are consistent with those ideals. At the same time, I want to make sure that every single person, and do everything in my power, has the opportunity to participate.
So let me ask you a question then. For your policy as it pertains to, say, Saudi Arabia, right? Do you enforce the same hate speech rules on Saudi Arabia?
Our rules are global. We enforce them against everyone.
So even in countries where it's criminal to be LGBT, you will still ban someone for saying something disparaging to, or saying something to that effect. Like, let's say Saudi Arabia sends someone to death for, I don't want to call it Saudi Arabia specifically, let's call it Iran, because I believe that's the big focus right now with the Trump administration. Iran, is my understanding, it's still punishable by death. I could be wrong, but it is criminal. If someone then directly targets one of these individuals, will you ban them? I mean, do you guys function in Iran? Because I think
We're blocked in Iran.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Yeah.
But there are some countries where, for instance, Michelle Malkin recently got really angry because she received notice that she violated blasphemy laws in Pakistan, right? So you do follow some laws in some countries, but it's not a violation. Like, so I guess the question I'm asking is, in Pakistan, it's very clearly a different culture. They don't agree with your rules.
We do have a per country takedown, meaning that content might be non-visible within that country, but visible throughout the rest of the world.
But so I guess the question.
Just to add on to what Jack's saying, we actually are very, very transparent about this. So we publish a transparency report every 6 months that details every single request that we get from every government around the world and the content that they ask us to remove. And we post that to an independent third-party site. So you could go right now and look and see every single request that comes from the Pakistani government and what content they're trying to remove from Pakistan.
And I've seen a lot of conservatives get angry about this, and it's kind of confusing. I'm like, that's a really good thing. I would want to know if Pakistan wanted to kill me. Blasphemy laws, posting pictures of Muhammad. So it's a crime.
Are they angry about our transparency report?
There's a perception that you sending that notice is like a threat against them for violating blasphemy laws, whereas it's very clearly just letting you know a government has taken action against you.
It's saying that the government has restricted access to that content in that country. And the reason we tell users or tell people that that's happened is because a lot of them may want to file their own suit against the government, or a lot of them may be in danger if they happen to be under that particular government's jurisdiction, and they may want to take action to protect themselves if they know that the government is looking at the content in their accounts. So we don't always know, we send the notice to everybody. We don't always know where you are or what country you live in. And so we just send that notice as to try to be as transparent as possible.
The main point I was trying to get to is your policies support a community, but there may be laws in a certain country that does not support that community and finds it criminal. Right? So your actions are now directly opposed to the culture of another country. I guess the point I'm trying to make is that if you enforce your values, which are perceivably not even the majority of this country, if you're consider yourselves more liberal leaning than you're half of the United States, but you're enforcing those rules on the rest of the world that use the service, it's sort of forcing other cultures to adhere to yours.
So a lot of our rules are based in more of the UN declaration. Doesn't just purely U.S.
Doesn't the UN Declaration guarantee the right of all people through any medium to express their opinion?
It does.
And why
it also has conditions around particular speech, inciting violence, and some of the aspects that we speak to as well.
And it protects specific categories, whether it's religion, race, gender, sexual orientation. Those are also protected under the UN Covenant to protect human rights.
Ooh, look at that, pause. I'm sure we have many more things to talk about. Don't worry.
I don't want to
I'm just saying this.
I've got a bunch of other things that, because here's the thing. There's a bunch of other issues having to do with bias and censorship, and I feel like we've kind of beaten that horse relentlessly.
But I think that horse is good to beat. And I think it's also good to address why the horse is being beaten and why it exists in the first place. And I really want to say this again. I really appreciate the fact that you guys are so open and that you're willing to come on here and talk about this, because you don't have to. This is your decision. And especially you, Jack, after we had that first conversation and the blowback was so hard, you wanted to come and clarify this. And I think this is so important to give people a true understanding of what your intentions are versus what perceptions are.
Yeah, and thank you for hosting this again. And look, I think it's also important that the company is not just me. We have people in the company who are really good at this and are making some really tough decisions and having tough conversations and getting pushback and getting feedback, and they have the best intentions.
I'll get back into the meat of things to get to beat into that horse. I don't know if you have any data on why Jacob Wall was recently banned. Do you have that?
I believe.
Who is Jacob Wall?
He's I don't know how to describe him. He's a conservative personality, but he's very, very controversial for fake news or something. I don't know too much about him, so I don't want to accuse him of things because I don't know who he is, but he was in something where he tried accusing Mueller of like sexual assault, and it turned out to be like just completely fake, ridiculous.
This is a gentleman that was in the USA Today article where
Yes.
he admitted that he had used tactics in the past to influence the election, and he will continue to do so using all of his channels.
Yes.
And so when we saw that report, our team looked at his account. We noticed there were multiple accounts tied to his account, so fake accounts that he had created that were discussing political issues and pretending to be other people.
How do you find that out?
We would have phone numbers linking accounts together, or email addresses, in some cases IP addresses, other types of metadata that are associated with accounts, so we can link those accounts together. And having multiple accounts in and of itself is not a violation of our rules, since some people have their work account, their personal account. It's when you're deliberately pretending to be someone else and manipulating a conversation about a political issue. And those were exactly the types of things that we saw the Russians do, for example, in the 2016 election. So it was that playbook and that type of activity that we saw about Jacob Wall, and that's why his accounts were suspended.
Did you investigate Jonathan Morgan?
I don't know who that is.
Why? That's the important question. Why?
I don't know who that is.
But that's
it might be that someone at Twitter investigated him. I personally don't know who that is.
One of the issues that I think is really important to get to is you should know who he is. He's more important than Jacob Wall is, but for some reason you know about this conservative guy and not the Democrat who helped meddle in the Alabama election.
Well,
so Jonathan, according to
just the sheer volume they have to pay attention to.
Right. But it's about grains of sand making a heap in the flow of a direction where we can see Jacob Wall has said he's done this, so you're like, we're going to investigate, we ban him. It was recently reported and covered by numerous outlets that a group called New Knowledge was meddling in the Alabama election by creating fake Russian accounts to manipulate national media into believing that Roy Moore was propped up by the Russians. Facebook banned him, as well as 4 other people, but Twitter didn't.
I believe we did ban the accounts that were engaged in the behavior.
I do remember sending this to Vigilante too.
That's worse, though. So you didn't ban the guy doing it, but you banned the people. So
in the case of Jacob Wall, we were able to directly attribute through email addresses and phone numbers his direct connection to the accounts that were created to manipulate the election. If we're not able to tie that direct connection on our platform, or law enforcement doesn't give us information to tie attribution, we won't take action. And it's not because of political ideology, it's because we want to be damn sure before we take action on it.
So someone could use a VPN perhaps, and maybe additional email accounts, and they could game the system in that regard.
There's certainly sophisticated ways that people can do things to mask who they are and what accounts that they're controlling.
And just the internal conversation, Tim, just to provide more light into what happens. Like I got a email or a text from Vidya one morning and said, we are going to permanently suspend this particular account. And it's not what do you think? It's, we are going to do this. And I then have an opportunity to ask questions. I asked a question why. She gave me a link back to the document of all the findings and USA Today. We took the action. I was on Twitter. A bunch of people pointed me at this particular case, sent some of those tweets to her. What's going on? So that's in the background.
Wouldn't you just terminate anybody associated with the company that was doing this? I mean, keep in mind too, at the time when this campaign was happening,
on what basis?
He admitted to engaging in the operation in a quote to New York Times, and you banned the accounts associated with it. So if you know he's the one running the company, wouldn't you be like, okay, you're gone?
Do you want us to take every single newspaper account's attribution? Because what we were able to do in the Jacob Wall situation was actually tie those accounts in our own system, that he actually controlled the accounts, not just take the word of a newspaper article.
You said you banned his accounts.
Yes.
And you know from his own statement and from his tweets that he was the one running the company.
Jacob Wall.
No, Jonathan Morgan.
Oh, sorry. I'm getting confused about what we're talking about.
Jacob Wall, it's announced in the USA Today, he says, I'm doing this. And you're like, okay, we can look at his account, we can see it, but get rid of him. With New Knowledge, you said you did take those accounts down.
If we were able to take down a certain cluster of accounts that we saw engaging in the behavior, but we weren't necessarily able to tie it back to one person controlling those accounts.
Even if they say they did it?
And this is where I get back, like we like to have some sort of attribution that's direct that we can see. would we just take any newspaper or any article at face value and just action them?
Would you have to contact him and get some sort of statement from him in order to take down his account?
I mean,
Obviously.
I don't think he would admit to manipulating Twitter if Twitter asked him. So,
But if you can get the fact that he communicated with a newspaper, right?
To clarify what they said, what they claimed to the New York Times was that it was a false flag. New York Times said they reviewed internal documents that showed they admitted it was a false flag operation. The guy who runs the company said, "Oh, his company does this. He wasn't aware necessarily, but it was an experiment." So he's given kind of, in my opinion, duplicitous, like, not straightforward. But at the time of this campaign, which he claims to know about, he tweeted that it was real. So during the Roy Moore campaign, he tweets, "Wow, look at the Russians." Then it comes out later his company is the one that did it. So you're kind of like, oh, so this guy was propping up his own fake news, right? Then when they get busted, he goes, "Oh no, it's just my company doing an experiment." But you tweeted it was real.
Experiment.
You used your verified Twitter account to push the fake narrative your company was pumping on this platform. And so the point I want to make, I guess, is
it sounds like we need to take a closer look at this one.
Ban him. Bring back Morgan Murphy.
Megan Murphy.
Megan Murphy. Sorry, Morgan Murphy's a friend of mine. Sorry, Morgan.
So this is, I haven't read the story. It's been like 2 months since the story broke. So I could have my, I don't want to get sued and have my facts wrong. But the reason I bring this up was not to accuse you of wrongdoing, was to point out that I don't think that the people who work at Twitter are twirling their mustaches, laughing, pressing the ban button whenever they see a conservative. I think it's just, there's a bias that's unintentional that flows in one direction. So you see the news about Jacob Wohl, and I think there's a reason for it too. There's a couple reasons. For one, your staff is likely you mentioned more likely to lean left and look at certain sources. So you're going to hear about more things more often and take action on those things, as opposed to the other side of the coin.
But we have to consider like where the actions are taking place. I'm speaking more broadly to the 4,000 people that we have as a company versus the deliberateness that we have on Vidya's team.
I just mean when we you're going to see a flow in one direction, whether it's intentional or not. And so I think the challenge is,
but we don't generally rely on news sources to find manipulation of our platform. We're looking at what we're seeing, the signals we can see. And once in a while, we will get tipped off to something. But like for the most part, when we're looking at manipulation, it's not like the New York Times can tell us like what's going on the platform. We're the ones that have the metadata about accounts. We're the ones that can see patterns of behavior at scale.
But I hear your point. I knew one name and I didn't know another name, and it was because Vidya said, we're permanently banning this account. And yes, we did have the same sort of findings in the other particular account, which I got feedback on, passed to her, and we didn't find what we needed to find.
I think,
but to be clear, the team had taken action on those stuff months ago when it actually had happened. Yeah.
I think, a lot of what people assume is malintent is sometimes fake news. I think one of my biggest criticisms in terms of what's going on in our culture is the news system is, like you pointed out, although it's changed, left-wing journalists only follow themselves. That's my experience. I've worked for these companies, and so they repeat these same narratives. They don't get out of their bubble. Even today, they're still in a bubble, and they're not seeing what's happening outside of it. And then what happens is, according to data, I think this is from Pew, most new journalism jobs are in blue districts. So you've got people who only hear the same thing. They only cover the same stories. So if we hear about Jussie Smollett, hear about how the stories he goes wild, but there's like 800 instances of Trump supporters wearing MAGA hats getting beaten, throughout the past couple of years. We had a guy show up to a school in Eugene, Oregon with a gun and fire 2 rounds at a cop wearing a Smash the Patriarchy and Chill shirt, and those stories don't make the headlines. So it's, when the journalists are inherently in a bubble, the information you're going to get as a big company who follows these news organizations is going to be inherently, one-sided as well. And then the only action you're going to be able to take is what you know. You can't ban someone if you don't know they're doing it.
I hear you. I think the biggest issue and the thing that I want to fix the most is the fact that we create and sustain and maintain these echo chambers.
Yeah. Well, you're rolling out that new feature that allows you to hide replies, right?
We're testing. We're experimenting with an ability to enable people to have more control, as you would expect a host, over the conversation. And
like Facebook allows that.
Yeah, but I don't think they have the level of transparency that we want to put into it. So we actually want to show whether a comment was moderated and then actually allow people to see those comments. So both showing the action that this person moderated a particular comment, and then you can actually see the comment itself. It's one click over, one tap over. That's how we're thinking about it. It might change in the future, but we can't do this without a level of transparency because we minimize something Vijay spoke to earlier, which is speaking truth to power, holding people to account. Even things like the Fire Festival, where you had these organizers who were deleting every single comment, moderating every single comment that called this thing a fraud, and don't go here. We can't reliably and like just from a responsibility standpoint ever create a future that enables more of that to happen. And that's how we're thinking about even futures like this.
I'm going to jump right off to a different train card here. Has law enforcement ever asked you to keep certain people on the platform even after they violated your rules?
Not that I'm aware.
So then this, to the next question pertaining to bias, you have the issue of Antifa versus the Proud Boys and Patriot Prayer. And Twitter permanently excised anyone associated with the Proud Boys, Antifa accounts who have broken the rules repeatedly, branded, known cells that have been involved in violence, all still active. Is there a reason?
Well, with the Proud Boys, what we were able to do was actually look at documentation and announcements that the leaders of that organization had made and their use of violence in the real world. So that was what we were focused on. And subsequent to our decision, I believe the FBI also designated them.
That's not true.
It's not true?
That's not true.
No,
Okay.
no, it's not true. Yeah, the Proud Boys started out as a joke. Gavin McGinnis, Anthony Cumia, who was part of Opie and Anthony, now it's his own show, told me about it. It happened on his show because there was a guy that was on the show and they made a joke about starting a gang based on him because he was a very effeminate guy and we call him the Proud Boys. And they went into detail about how this thing became from a joke and saying that you could join the Proud Boys and everyone was, it was like being silly to people joining it and then it becoming this thing to fight Antifa and then becoming infested with white nationalists and becoming this thing. Well, in many ways it was, but it's been documented how it started and what it was and misrepresented as to why it was started.
I think there's some things that should be clarified about them, but Gavin has made a bunch of statements that cross the line. He claims to be joking, and so that's
what he did on my podcast. He was talking to me about Antifa, that when Antifa was blocking people like Ben Shapiro's speeches and things along those lines and stopping conservatives from speaking, you should just punch them in the face. We're going to have to start kicking people's asses. Right. And I was like, this is not just irresponsible, but foolish and short-sighted and just a dumb way to talk.
So then you have the Antifa groups that are engaging in the same thing. We the famous bike lock basher incident where a guy showed up, hit seven people over there with a bike lock. They subsequently released his name. I'm going to leave that out for the time being. You have other groups like By Any Means Necessary. You have in Portland, for instance, there's specific branded factions. There's the tweet I mentioned earlier where they doxed ICE agents and they said, do whatever inspires you with this information. And I mean, you're tagged in a million times. I know you probably can't see it, but you can actually see that some of the tweets in the thread are removed. But the main tweet itself from an anti-fascist account linking to a website straight up saying, like, here's the private home details, phone number, addresses of these law enforcement officers is not removed since September. So here's what you end up seeing is, again, to point, I think one of the big problems we have in this country is the media, because it was reported that the FBI designated Proud Boys an extremist group, but it was a misinterpretation based, a sheriff wrote a draft saying, the FBI considers them to be extremists. The media then reported hearsay from the sheriff, and the FBI came out and said, no, we never meant to do that. That's not true. We are just concerned about violence. So the Proud Boys all get purged. And again, I think, Gavin's a different story, right? If you want to go after the individuals who are associating with that group versus the guy who goes on the show and says outrageous things and goes on Joe's show, but then you have Antifa branded cells. Like, what I mean by that is they have specific names, they sell merchandise, and they're the ones showing up throwing mortar shells into crowds. They're the ones showing up with crowbars and bats and whacking people. I was in Boston, and there was a rally where conservatives were planning on putting on a rally. It was literally just like libertarians and conservatives. Antifa shows up with crowbars, bats, and balaclavas with weapons, threatening them. And so I have to wonder if these people are allowed to organize on your platform. Are you concerned about that? Why aren't they being banned when they violate the rules?
Yeah, absolutely. We're concerned about that. Has the FBI designated them as a domestic terrorist
organization? Yes. I'm sorry, Homeland Security in New Jersey has listed them under domestic terrorism.
Okay.
So I understand there's a conundrum in that the general concept of anti-fascism is a loose term that means you oppose fascism.
Right.
But Antifa is now, they have a flag. They've had a flag since the Soviet, Nazi Germany and the Soviet era, and they've brought it back. There are specific groups that I'm not going to mention by name that have specific names, and they sell merchandise. They've appeared in various news outlets. They've expressed their desire to use violence to suppress speech.
Is it a centralized organization the same way that I hear you on Proud Boys, but like where they have like tenants that are written out and there's a leader and like.
It's not the same, but there are specific branded cells. So that's why I bring them up specifically. I realize, someone showing up to a rally wearing a black hoodie and sunglasses, we leave in a ban. But there are groups that organize, specifically call for violence. They push the line as lightly as possible. They advocate sabotage and things like this. And when the Proud Boys go out and get into fights, they're not getting in fights with themselves. And
I should point out that they decided to call for violence based on Antifa calling for violence. And based on Antifa actually actively committing violence against conservative people, they were there to see different people.
Well, it partly started because in Berkeley, there was a Trump rally. So actually, after Milo got chased out of the Berkeley, there was $100,000 in damages. I mean, there's a video of some guy in all black cracking someone on the back who's on the ground looking like they're unconscious. So these conservatives see this, and they decide to hold a rally saying, we won't back down. They hold a rally in Berkeley, and then Antifa shows up. Again, I understand you can't figure out who these people are for the most part. They're decentralized. But then this incites an escalation. You then get the rise of the based stick man, they called it. This guy shows up in armor with a stick, and he starts swinging back. And now you have two factions forming. So while I recognize it's much easier to ban a top-down group, there are, the difference I guess is, when you look at the Proud Boys, it's straight top-down vertical. You look at Antifa, and there's different cells of varying size, and they're different accounts. So I'd have to I guess the argument I could make is, if you're going to ban the Proud Boys, by all means, under your justification. But if you look at a specific channel that's got 20,000 followers that cheers them on, right? These are people who throw mortar shells into crowds. Isn't that advocating for, terrorism, incitement to violence?
Yeah, absolutely.
So I guess the question is, how come they don't get removed?
Well, in the past, when we've looked at Antifa, we ran into this decentralization issue, which is we weren't able to find the same type of information that we were able to find about Proud Boys, which was a centralized, leadership-based documentation of what they stand for. But absolutely, it's something that we'll continue to look into. And to the extent that they're using Twitter to organize any sort of offline violence, it's completely prohibited under the rules, and we would absolutely take action.
Can I ask you why Gavin was banned? Was there a specific thing that he did, or was it his association with the Proud Boys?
It's association with the Proud Boys.
He's abandoned that. He's not only that, he's disassociated himself with it and said that it completely got out of hand. He doesn't want to have anything to do with it.
Yeah, and I think this is a great, test case for how we think about getting people back on the platform.
He's an interesting case because he's really a provocateur, and he fancies himself, sort of a punk rocker, and he likes stirring shit. I mean, when he came on my show last time he was on, he was dressed up like Michael Douglas and falling down. He did it on purpose. He brought a briefcase and everything. I'm like, what are you doing? He's like, Michael Douglas and falling down. Like, he's a showman in many ways, and he did not mean for this to go the way it went. He thought it would be this sort of innocent, fun thing to be a part of, and then other people got involved in it. And when people call for violence, the problem is they think that you're going to just hit people and it's going to solve a problem. It just creates a much more comprehensive problem.
It's important to point out Gavin he said things way worse than Alex Jones ever did. Sure. Whether you want to say it's a joke or not, he said things like choke him, punch him directly. But I guess was the primary reason for getting rid of them was what you thought that the FBI had designated them an extremist group?
No, because we did it months in advance.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was just.
So it was just his association with the Proud Boys.
I don't recall, and I would have to go back, and I don't want to misstate things. I don't recall whether those statements that you're referring to of Gavin's were on Twitter.
So they weren't. There's another, when it comes to the weaponization of rules against, Gavin isn't creating a compilation of things he's ever said out of context and then sending them around to get himself banned. Other people are doing that to him, activists who don't like him, and it's effective. In fact, I would actually like to point out there's one particular user who has repeatedly made fake videos attacking one of your other high-profile conservatives, so much so that he's had to file police reports, harassment complaints, and it just doesn't stop. So I guess I'll ask this to this regard. If someone repeatedly makes videos of you out of context, fake audio, accusing you of doing things you've never done, at what point is that bannable?
Yeah, again, if it's targeted harassment and we can establish it, it's just a really hard thing with us determining whether something is fake or not.
Well, it's also when things are out of context, you still have video of the person saying that. I agree that it's out of context and it's disingenuous, but it's still the person saying it, and you're making a compilation of some pre-existing audio or video.
So I think in this instance of Gavin, like one of the things he said was like a call to violence, but he was talking about it was in the context of talking about a dog and being scolded.
Yeah.
So he was like, hit him, just hit him, and then it's like it turns out he's talking about a dog like doing something wrong, and they take that, they snip it, and then it goes viral, and everyone starts flagging, saying you got to ban this guy. So again, I understand you, like, you know. But I guess the issue is if people keep doing that to destroy someone's life. So I think there's a bigger discussion. I think both of you could probably shed some important light on too outside of Twitter. This weaponization of content from platforms is being used to get people banned from their banking accounts. You know, we can talk about Patreon, for instance. And again, I'm not. This may just be something you could chime in on. Patreon banned a man named Carl Benjamin, also known as Sargon of Akkad. He's also banned from Twitter, and it was because.
Do you know why he got banned from Twitter?
I can see.
That's interesting.
I do have some of the details here. Do you want me to read
Yeah,
them?
please.
Okay.
Looks like it's going to be gross.
It's not stuff that I love saying, but I will say it.
Want Jack to say it?
I should make Jack say it. He doesn't like cursing either. Let's see. Okay. I curse more than he does, so I guess I should say it. First strike. Fuck white people, kill all men, die cis scum. None of the above qualified as hate speech.
When was that?
I don't have the dates. I'm sorry.
But he's a white guy. I mean, obviously he's joking around there.
And also,
fuck white people.
It also sounds like he's trying to make a point about your and how you would not actually.
Possibly.
Which is also exactly why he got kicked off Patreon. He was
exactly.
Yeah.
Well, I know he also posted a photo of interracial gay porn at some white nationalists to make them angry.
Yes. Yeah, he's funny.
Well,
he's funny sometimes.
I can understand how posting that photo is an egregious violation of the rules, whether or not he was some people.
That's a very good point, and I wanted to bring that up. Is porn a violation of the rules?
Porn generally, no.
Good.
Really?
Good for you.
Oh, so then why would?
Because it happens in my feed all the time. I follow a couple naughty girls, and occasionally they post pictures of themselves engaging in intercourse. I'm like, yikes.
So then, what else were the other strikes for Sargon?
Let's see. There was the use of a Jewish slur.
How do you use it?
To a person, you traitor, Remainer, white genocide supporting Islamophile, Jewish slur lover. That should keep you going. Hashtag Hitler was right.
But these aren't general opinions. These are targeted.
These are targeted at somebody.
That sounds like he's being like he's making a joke.
Yeah, I understand. In context, it sounds like the other one. Like in context, what he's saying, particularly the fact that he's a white guy, that doesn't sound like a racial slur at all. I mean, he's saying fuck white people, and he is white.
In context, again, these are tied together.
Right.
I always knew that person was not to be trusted. That fucking Jewish slur.
Oh.
So there's a lot. There's a bunch of
very specific person.
He's targeting this.
Trying to be very provocative.
And he's saying this about a specific Jewish person.
I don't know the race of this person. I'm sorry.
All right, and this is not okay. But this is not parody. This is not joking around.
We didn't view it that way. I'm just telling. I'm not trying to like relitigate all this. I'm just telling you what they were. So
I knew he had done things that were like egregious violations of the rules because plain and simple. I didn't bring him up to go through and try and figure out if he. But it does sound like at least the first one was meant to be a critique of fear. So
potentially, but there are a bunch of others if you want to hear them.
More than
sure.
Keep it rolling. This is again targeted. This is how I know one day that I'll be throwing you from a helicopter. You're the same kind of malignant cancer. Don't forget it. So there's just it's not one thing or two things or three things. This is like a bunch of them.
Illusions of grandeur. Imagine thinking you're gonna throw someone from a helicopter.
Well, he doesn't really
get you in that helicopter.
But admittedly, so he's on YouTube by the name of Sargon of Akkad. He's a big account, and I've criticized him for being overly mean in the past, and I think it's
definitely gets angry.
But he is very different now, and I guess the reason I brought him up was
He's very different now. How so?
Well, a lot of the content he makes is much calmer. He's less likely to insult someone directly.
He's probably recognizing that he's on his last straw.
Oh, definitely.
I mean, he's been kicked off of Twitter. He's on YouTube. He's probably going to mind his P's and Q's.
The reason I brought him up again, but we'll move on, was that activists found a live stream from 8 months ago. Again, I totally forgot why I was bringing this up because we've moved so far away from where we were. But they pulled this clip from an hour and a half or whatever into a 2-hour live stream on a small channel that only had 2,000 views, sent it to Patreon, and then Patreon said, yep, that's a violation, and banned him outright without warning, which, again, I understand is different from what you guys do. You do suspensions first. But I guess the reason I was bringing it up was to talk about a few things. Why blocking isn't enough, why muting isn't enough, and if you think that it's driving people off the platform, people post my tweets on Reddit. I block them. They use a dummy account, load up my tweet, post it to Reddit, and then spam me on Reddit. So, blocking and even leaving Twitter would never do anything short of me shutting up. There's nothing you can do to protect me or anyone else.
Look, I mean, these are exactly the conversations we're having. The reason why I don't think blocking and muting are enough is, one, I don't think we've made mute powerful enough. It's spread all over the service. You can use it, and then you gotta go find where you actually muted these people are about page, and that's just it's a disaster. It just doesn't work in the same way that it should work in the same way that follow works, which is just the inverse of that.
I noticed that now I get a notification that says you can't see this tweet because you muted this person.
Right.
Before, I would just see a weird reply and be like, oh, it's one of those.
Exactly. So there's also all this infrastructure that we have to fix in order to pass those what action you took or what action someone else took, to be transparent about what's happening on the network. The second thing, block is really interesting. I think it's my own view is it's wholly unsatisfying, because what you're doing is you're blocking someone. They get notification that you've blocked them, which may embolden them even more, which causes others around and ramifications from the network. But also that person can log out of Twitter and then look at your tweets just on the public web, because we're public. So
exactly.
It doesn't feel as rigorous and as durable as something like making mute much stronger.
But I guess the challenge is, no matter what rule you put in place, people are going to harass you. If you're engaging in public discourse, if I go out in the street and yell out my opinion, somebody could get in my face. If I get off Twitter because I'm sick of, look, I'm sure you get it way worse than I do, especially as the high profile.
Probably getting it right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, me too. God, I can only imagine. But so the only thing I can do is, look, we're not on Twitter right now. We're on Joe Rogan's podcast, and they're still going to target you on Twitter. They're still going to. I guarantee we're all over Reddit. The left is probably railing on me. The right's railing on you guys. So it seems like even if you try everything in your power to make Twitter healthier and better, it's not going to change anything.
No, I'm not sure about that. Because one of the things that I do think is that I'm not in favor of a lot of this heavy-handed banning and a lot of the things that have been going on, particularly like a case like the Meghan Murphy case. But what I think that we are doing is we're exploring the idea of civil discourse. We're trying to figure out what's acceptable and what's not acceptable. And you're communicating about this on a very large scale. And it's putting that out there, and then people are discussing it. Whether they agree or disagree, whether they vehemently defend you or hate you, they're discussing this. And I think this is how these things change. And they change over long periods of time. Think about words that were commonplace just a few years ago that you literally can't say anymore.
Right.
There's so many of them that were extremely commonplace or not even thought to be offensive 10 years ago that now you can get banned off of platforms for.
But that's a good point to argue against banning people and to cease enforcing hate speech rules.
I agree with that as well. I think it's both things.
Let me tell you something important. I was in the UK at an event for a man named Count Dankula, who I don't know if you've heard of.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, Dankula's the guy who got charged and convicted of making a joke where he had his pug do a Nazi salute. But I was there and I was arguing that a certain white nationalist had used racial slurs on YouTube. He has. I don't want to name him. And some guy in the UK said, that's not true. He's never done that. And I said, you're crazy. Let me pull it up. Unfortunately, I don't know why, but when I did the Google search, nothing came up. What I did notice was at the bottom of the page, it said, due to UK law, certain things have been removed. So I don't know if it's exactly why I couldn't pull up a video proving or tweets or anything, because I think using these words gets stripped from the social platforms. I could not prove to this man
In that country.
in the UK that this
So you
man
could use a VPN and get around it.
Yeah, I mean, at the time, I was just like trying to pull it up, and I'm like, oh, that's weird. So now you have someone who doesn't realize he's a fan of a bigot because the law has restricted the speech. So there's a point to be made. I understand you want a healthy, like you want Twitter to grow. You need it to grow. The shareholders need it to grow. The advertisers need to advertise. So you've got all these restrictions. But allowing people to say these awful things makes sure we stay away from them, and it allows us to avoid certain people. And isn't it important to know that these people hold these beliefs? If you get rid of them, someone could walk into a business and you wouldn't even know that they were a neo-Nazi. But if they were high profile saying their things, you'd be like, that's the guy I don't like.
You're absolutely right. This is like one of my favorite sayings, is that sunlight is the best disinfectant. And it's so, so, so true. Like, one of the biggest problems with censorship is the fact that you push people underground and you don't know what's going on. And this is something I worry about. It's not that I don't worry about it.
You ban people for these rules.
Because I also worry about driving the platform and affecting their real lives. So, like, we're trying to find this right balance, and I hear you. Like, you may not think we're drawing the lines in the right place, and we get that feedback all the time, and we're always trying to find the right places to do this. But I worry as much about, like, the underground and, like, being able to shine a light on these things as anything else.
Tim, I think it's a cost-benefit analysis, and we have to constantly rehash it and do it. Like, we have the technology we have today, and we are looking at technologies which open up the aperture even more. And we all agree that a binary on or off is not the right answer, and it's not scalable. We have started getting into nuance within our enforcement, and we've also started getting into nuance with the presentation of content. So, one path might have been for some of your replies for us to just remove those offensive replies completely. We don't do that. We hide it behind an interstitial to protect the original tweeter and also folks who don't want to see that. They can still see everything. They just have to do one more tap. So that's one solution. Ranking is another solution. But as technology gets better and we get better at applying to it, we have a lot more optionality, whereas we don't have that as much today.
I feel like, I'm just going to reiterate an earlier point, though. If you recognize sunlight is the best disinfectant, it's like you're chasing after a goal that can never be met. If you want to protect all speech and they start banning certain individuals, you want to increase the amount of healthy conversations, but you're banning some people. Well, how long until this group is now offended by that group? How long until you've banned everybody?
I hear you. I don't believe a permanent ban promotes health.
Oh, okay.
I don't believe that, but we have to work with the technologies, tools, and conditions that we have today. So, and evolve over time to where we can see examples like this woman at the Westboro Baptist Church who was using Twitter every single day to spread hate against the LGBTQA community. And over time, we had, I think it was 3 or 4 folks on Twitter who would engage her every single day about what she was doing, and she actually left the church.
That's Megan Phelps. She's on the podcast. She's amazing.
And she's now pulling her family out of that as well. And you could make the argument that if we banned that account early on, she would have never left the church. I completely hear that. We get it. It's just.
Well, so let's. I just want to make sure we're advancing the conversation too, and not just going to go back. So I'll just ask you this: have you considered allowing some of these people permanently banned back on with some restrictions? Maybe you can only tweet twice per day. Maybe you can't retweet or something to that effect.
I think we're very early in our thinking here, so we're open-minded to how to do this. I think we agree philosophically that permanent bans are an extreme case scenario, and it shouldn't be one of our, regularly used tools in our tool chest. So how we do that, I think, is something that we're actively talking about today.
Is there a timeline that we can? So look,
I think that would fix a lot of problems.
You think so?
Yes, I really do.
Even if I'm just curious, are you thinking bans of a year, or 5 years, 10 years? I'm just curious, what is a reasonable ban in this kind of context?
Well, I think reasonably someone should have to state their case as to why they want to be unbanned. like someone should have to have a well-measured, considerate response to what they did wrong. Do they agree with what they did wrong? Maybe perhaps say why they don't think they did anything wrong, and you could review it from there.
I think, one of the challenges is we have the benefit in English common law of hundreds of years of precedent and developing new rules and figuring out what works and doesn't. Twitter's very different. So I think with the technology, I don't know if you need permanent bans or even suspensions at all. You could literally just, lock someone's account is essentially suspending them. But I wouldn't, claim to know anything about the things you go through. But what if you just restricted most of what they could say? You blocked certain words in a certain dictionary. If someone's received
such a greased hill.
Well, but no, but think about it this way: is it better if they're permanently banned, or if
it's not better, but it's not good either.
No. Think about it this way: instead of being suspended for 72 hours, you get a dictionary block from hate speech words, right? Does that not make sense?
People just use coded language. This is what we see all the time.
Yeah, I don't think that's a good move. What do you think about perhaps instead of what is it possible to have levels of Twitter, like a completely uncensored, unmoderated level of Twitter, and then have like a rated R, and then have like a PG-13? I mean, I don't think that's a bad idea.
We have those levels in place today, but you don't really see them. One, we have a not safe for work switch, which you can turn on or off.
Oh, really? Not safe for work switch.
I think you have it off, Joe.
Do it? You think so?
Just based on the other things you've
Based
said.
on what you're seeing, you put it up.
I don't even know it's there.
So we have that, and then as Vijay pointed out earlier, we have the timeline. We started ranking the timeline about 3 years ago. We enable people today to turn that off completely and see, reverse cron of everything they follow. You can imagine a world where that switch has a lot more power over more of our algorithms throughout more of the surface areas. You can imagine that. So these are all the questions that are on the table. You asked about timeline, and this is a challenging one. I don't know about timeline because first we've decided that our priority right now is going to be on proactively enforcing a lot of this content, specifically around anything that impacts physical safety, like doxing. So
right, but there's so many examples of what you guys not doing that.
I know, but that's what we're
Right,
fixing right now. That's a prioritization. But
I think from your own personal perspective,
we think more in terms of milestones than a particular timeline. We're going to move as fast as we can, but some of it's a function of our infrastructure, of the technology we have to bring to bear.
do you guys have conversations about trying to shift the public perception of having this left-wing bias, maybe possibly addressing it?
That's what they're doing right now, right?
Yeah, I went on the Sean Hannity show. We
How was that?
we brought ourselves before. It was
Bring out sunlight?
It was short, and there weren't a lot of really tough questions, and that was the feedback
problem
as
with
well.
this.
And
Yeah.
I get it. Like, look, again, I'm from Missouri. My dad is a Republican. He listened to Hannity. He listened to Rush Limbaugh. My mom was a Democrat, and I feel extremely fortunate that I was able to first see that spectrum, but also feel safe enough to express my own point of view. But when I go on someone like Hannity, I'm not talking to Hannity. I'm talking to people like my dad who listen to him.
Right.
And I want to get across how we think, and also that our thinking evolves. And here's the challenges we're seeing, and like this is our intent. This is what we're trying to protect, and we're going to make some mistakes along the way, and we're going to admit to them. We didn't admit to them in the past. We admitted to a lot more over the past 3 years. But I don't know any other way to address some of these issues. It all goes back to trust. Like one of our core operating principles is earning trust. How do we earn more trust? And there are people in the world who do not trust us at all, and there are some people who trust us a little bit more. But this is the thing that we want to measure. This is the thing that we want to get better at.
I saw you had a conversation with, I think, Katie Herzog. No. Who was it? That was the wrong person. You had a Twitter conversation with
Kara
Kara Swisher.
Yeah.
Wrong person, but someone just got a shout out. I see that the left goes at you in the opposite direction. They want more. They want more banning. They want more, restrictions. Yeah. And then look at the right is saying less, right? So, in terms of solving the problem.
Can you tell us what that conversation was about?
Do you want to summarize? Because the thing I was pointing out specifically was that you were being asked to do more. in
Yeah.
terms of controlling.
Well, it wasn't just more, but to be a lot more specific about what actions we've taken to promote more health on the platform. Like what products did we change? What policies did we introduce in the past 2 years? So she was asking questions. Every question she asked, she wanted me to be a lot more specific. And some of these things have something that is very specific. Some are directional right now because like we have to prioritize, the direction. And I talked about we've decided that physical safety is going to be a priority for us. And to us, that means like being a whole lot more proactive around things like doxing.
So 2 suggestions, I guess. I'm not going to imply that you have unlimited funding, but we did mention the peer review. Right. I mean, and you had you mentioned earlier layoffs and retraction. Peer review, which we mentioned, but have you just considered opening an office, even a small one, for trust and safety in an area that's not predominantly blue, so that at least you have, you can have some pushback and what does learn to code mean, and then they could tell you.
Absolutely. So that's great feedback. And just so you know, the trust and safety team is also a global team, and the enforcement team is a global team. So it's not like people from California who are looking at everything, making decisions. They're global. Now, I hear your point about who trains them and the materials they have and all that. And we have to think about that. And that's one thing that Jack has really been pushing us to think about is how do we decentralize our workforce? Because
out of San Francisco.
Out of San Francisco in particular. So this is something he's very focused on.
What about publishing evidence of wrongdoing in a banning? So when people say, what did Alex Jones really do? Maybe a lot of people didn't realize what you saw. And again, it's an issue of trust.
Yeah, I love this, Tim. I'm a lawyer, so by training, we're thinking of doing something we call case studies, but essentially this is our case law. This is what we use. And so high profile cases people ask us about, to actually publish this so that we can go through, tweet by tweet, just like this. Because I think a lot of people just don't understand and they don't believe us when we're saying these things. So to put that out there so people can see. And again, they may disagree with the calls that we're making, but we at least want them to see why we're making these calls.
I think.
And that I do want to do. I want to at least start that by the end of this year.
So I think, ultimately my main criticism stands that I don't see a solution to, in that Twitter is an unelected, unaccountable, as far as I'm concerned, when it comes to public discourse. You have rules that are very clearly at odds, as we discussed. I don't see a solution to that. And I think, in my opinion, we can have this kind of we've toned things down. We've had some interesting conversations, but ultimately, unless you're willing to allow people to just speak entirely freely, you are we have an unelected group with a near monopoly on public discourse in many capacities. And I understand it's not everything. Reddit is big too. And it's, what I see is you are going to dictate policy whether you realize it or not. And that's going to terrify people, and it's going to make violence happen. It's going to make things worse. I hate bringing up this example on the rule for misgendering because I understand it and I can agree with it to a certain extent. I've nothing but respect for the trans community, but I also recognize we've seen an escalation in street violence. We see a continually disenfranchised, large faction of individuals in this country. We then see only one of those factions banned. We then see a massive multinational billion-dollar corporation with private foreign investors, and it looks to me like if foreign governments are trying to manipulate us, I don't see a direct solution to that problem. That you do have political views, you do enforce them, and that means that Americans who are abiding by American rule are being excised from political discourse, and that's the future. That's it.
Yeah, we do have views on the approach, and again, we ground this in creating as much opportunity as possible for the largest number of people.
Right.
That's where it starts, and where we are today will certainly evolve. But that is what we are trying to base our rules and judgments. Not, and I get that that's an ideology. I completely understand it, but we also have to. We also have to be free to experiment with solutions and experiment with evolving policy and putting something out there that might look right at the time and evolving. I'm not saying this is it, but we look to research, we look to our experience and data on the platform, and we make a call. And if we get it wrong, we're going to admit it, and we're going to evolve it.
But I guess, do you understand my point?
I understand the point.
That there are American citizens abiding by the law who have a right to speak and be involved in public discourse that you have decided aren't allowed to.
Yeah, and I think we've discussed, we don't see that as a win. We see that as not promoting health ultimately over time.
Right. But it's ultimately, what is your priority? Do you have it prioritized in terms of what you got, what you guys would like to change?
I think Jack has said it a couple of times, but the first thing we're going to do is prioritize people's physical safety.
Online and offline ramifications.